reading. You can learn through watching YouTube clips. You can learn through Googling things. I always actually on my kids for this, on this. The one that you don't know, go to Google. Google is your friend and it's free. Go there, ask questions. Ask ChatGPT now. ChatGPT will tell you exactly the steps you. It may not be a very exact, but if you give it the right prompt, it can tell you what and what to do to get where you want to be as an investor. So stay teachable and try to stay up to date. So for people that have funds, there are people that will have funds and they don't have any business idea. What am I going to do? How am I going to spend this money? You have some money, but business idea is not there. First, do not rush to start any business by yourself. You just say, okay, I have money. I'm going to invest in telecom because telecom is booming. No, you have the money, but please don't invest anywhere. Money alone does not guarantee success. I think we have actually established this earlier. Invest with wisdom, not emotions. Invest where you have learned, you have understood, not where this person has told you, oh, we are making millions in MMM, and then you join to MMM. Oh, we are selling bananas and we are making much money in banana, you are jumping in. You don't even know what the process it is that they went through to actually start making that millions. So please invest with wisdom, avoid hasty decisions when it comes to investing. Then partner with honest, experienced small business owners or small business people and credible entrepreneurs. Because if you continue interacting people, you see people that are honest. Even us, as we go to the market, you know that you see that you have some customers, and those people will always tell you it is 10 naira. Go up, go down, go front, go back, it is 10 naira. It is not more than that. So if you look very well, you see the honest ones. No matter how even little their businesses are, they are honest, and they really will give you the helping hand that you need if you approach them. Then invest in simple, understandable businesses. You see, these businesses that somebody will start describing to you, and even you will get confused. Run away from them. If it's not understandable to you, please run away from them. Especially when they now bring in big grammars to make it sound even more sophisticated. Please run. Then, you can also, if you are somebody that really doesn't like much risk, you can invest in things like you go to the stocks, you go to government treasury bills where you know that your money will definitely come back to you. At least you're not going to be doing any physical thing. You're just going to invest your money and wait, and then get your interest and get your money back. So there are some very minimal risk investments that you can do if you also do not want to take the risk of actually, either establishing a business or collaborating with others to invest. Please start with a small amount first. Don't just rush into investing everything at the same time. Test it before you scale. So, but if you are somebody that has business sense by little funds, you first of all have to build credibility. Credibility is important. It's valuable as cash. Please guard your credibility. You can come to tell me now, oh, I have this idea. I have a colleague, he came, oh, I need 18 million to buy a car so that I can be doing Uber. But he has 2 wives and both of them are pregnant. And he wants me to give him 18 million to buy a car to actually start a business. How does that work? Okay, so yeah. So you can also sell your skills. Use your skills to generate money. All of us will have skills. It's just for you to find which one is mine. How can I turn it into money? Sell your skills. You can start consulting. You can buy and sell services, not goods. You can prepare clean business proposals. As I told you, please make it clean, make it compelling, make it simple and honest. Don't go into the hula baloo of making it confusing. Just simple, and people can, put into it. And also, the power of leveraging on people and relationships. Idara says something about it. Start small. Even personal savings and partnership with your friends can actually kickstart you. Pitch ideas to people. You don't know where your destiny helper is. And then seek angel investors, not just banks. You mustn't go to the bank to borrow. A good business idea without funds is an opportunity waiting for the right collaboration. So look out, watch out for that collaboration, for that place of collaboration. Then, why is small capital powerful? Because people may have small money and say, "Oh no, I cannot start because it will not amount to anything." You don't need millions to invest, just smart decisions. And you can start smart small moves today, grows your business into a major success story tomorrow. So small steps today leads you to a big win tomorrow. The things that matter most: wisdom, patience, and taking action. Take action. Don't wait, take action. Remember, if any opportunity sounds very, very good, run. When you're running, let your heels be reaching the back of your head, because you may actually get the taste of it that you will not like in the long run. So the practical steps for everyone now: educate yourself and be teachable. Go for workshops, go to the internet. Is your friend. You have YouTube, LinkedIn, all of them are free. Google, the only thing is that you must have data. Yeah, but then they are still free anyway. So you start small and then you grow. The third one: document every one of your business actions. Then you must stay accountable. Try and have mentors and accountability partners, people that will support you in reaching the commitments, in keeping the commitments and maintaining progress on a desired goal, your own desired goal. Those are your accountability partners. It can be an acquaintance, it can be a colleague, it can be a spouse, it can be somebody that you have actually just met, but you have a connection with the person. But please don't go for sycophants who will tell you, it's all well and good. Try and get to people that will really tell you what it is and how it is. So please get feedback and stay on track. Then stay prayerful. That is very important. So the habits of successful small investors: one, you must be patient. It takes time. It's not a start today, get rich tomorrow. It takes time. Integrity. Please do not sell your integrity for anything. It is important. Then discipline. Be disciplined. Faithfulness. Be faithful with even little things. God blesses those who manage their little well. Finally, be your own best friend. Believe in yourself because you have the power and are capable. Recognize that you have a purpose. Recognize that you have a sound mind and you have the resources within you. Use them wisely. So finally, I tell you, invest intelligently, invest prayerfully, invest patiently, invest for impact. Focus on long term, not on immediate satisfaction or immediate income. Step forth with confidence and God's help. Thank you, and God bless you richly.
Thank you. I think that can go on, please. Those are very powerful statements. One of the key things I got there was investing in wisdom, patience, and actions, right? And one of the things that came to my mind was people who think gambling is a business idea. I hope we are hearing that it's not, right? Gambling is not a business strategy. Gambling is not a business plan. Two odds might not be secure for your life. So Manchester United can mess you up and break all your tickets. And again, the kind of quick risk scheme, I don't know, the gamblers, I don't know, I must give you people some hand. Consistency in doing the same thing and not getting results, waiting for one day to turn over. That's not a business plan. And again, check it out. Have you not noticed that the gambling shops are in the rural areas? How many of you have seen a gambling shop in CBD before? Please, if you've seen, please let me know. And besides, you see what I called Central Business District, right? Where do you see in Central Business District? Tall buildings, big billboards. But what do you see? And those big billboards are in cities. That's why they are there. But in the rural areas, you have kiosk and one red machine for you to just, and you see somebody's hoping. And if you look at the conversation of a gambler, you hear, if I can just, if this money just, you can see that he has planned for the money that he has not really worked for, determined by people on the screen. I told you of my friend one day who came to me in England, and you know, the way they attract you in the betting is that they first give you the free money. So Bet365 gave him the first one. He didn't put his money on. He just told him, try now. And he clicked and he won £500. And I saw my guy came with confidence and told me, say, Idara, I don't see where I go to pay rent. Before you know it, after 2 weeks, started losing money, £250, £300. By the next 2 weeks, I saw my friend watching Chinese league. We've not finished watching Premiership, he's watching Chinese. Staying up at night. At the end of the day, after 2 months, he surrendered himself to Christ and was praying for deliverance. But your own portion shouldn't get to that arena. But again, there's so many things we got from Nena's, presentation. Investing in knowledge. If it is too good to be true, then you know you should run, right? Discipline. I was telling the guys who were here early in the morning, I will give you a very good definition of discipline that changed my mind, and I heard it this morning. And it says, discipline is prioritizing the needs for your future me. Right? If the other ones are headache, right? Discipline is that I'm prioritizing the needs now for my future. Like I told them, if you enroll in school and the school program is 4 years, you're prioritizing what you need to do to graduate, isn't it? Right? Because if you don't prioritize it, you know you get the other outcome. Right? So, a round of applause for Nena. Before we get into the next segment, can anybody who can just tell me what they learned? I'll just be walking through, just be able to know that we are getting it. One person from this side, one person from this side, just indicate. Just let me know what you've learned and what you plan to act on. Right? So we don't end up collecting a lot of information without an action plan. Anybody wants to share what they learned and what they are willing to take as an action step? I will call names. Okay.
Thank you, sir. So I learned that I don't have to have a goods before I can have a business, that I can sell services. So that's what I plan on acting on.
That's a wonderful idea, because, Pastor and I, when we were talking about it, the target groups, especially for this business productivity seminar, is to focus on creatives and those who can market, right? So I'm coming to you. So the idea is that your friend, so a lot of things blow my mind. I read a piece called "Don't Waste Your WhatsApp Status," right? It's a 2-pager document that you can download. It's available online. But I see people not prioritize their skill sets, sell their services, but invest in Arsenal Football Club by posting their pictures when they win. And I'm like, wow. So you can post your fan loyalty that they don't pay you for free. Whether you post it or not, the players are getting paid. They are making their resources. And you're not making anything. Just what? Clout and stands. Please have a rethink. That's your friend's business. Why don't you walk up to him and say, if I get you 5 customers, what will be my commission? Right? Easy money. As a middleman, you can't go wrong. But again, you find out that most of us have pride in, I think my status is just secret. Secret for what? As I don't understand. Some people don't even have their identity on their platforms. You're saying you're forming steez, so there's no picture. So you're not pitching a business without a picture and without a name. And you want someone to buy from you. That's the first. What's your identity? Then again, you don't even have a good, catchy business name. Right? If you're using a very weird email address for your business, I have news for you. They will not come. You can't tell me you're into real estate, and your email address is not something you're putting Chatsy for love, I don't understand. Right? So these are things you need to be, she mentioned intentionality. You need to be intentional about your identity, your business. Remember I mentioned your message, your mission, and your methods. Please, you wanted to say something?
Okay, good morning, everybody. I learned that it's more profitable to invest in small businesses like food trade and POS business rather than taking your money to invest in the ones that will give you huge profits at the particular time.
Thank you so much. Okay. We could take 2 more. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I learned that you could actually invest without having to work your ass off, like buying stocks and investing in, what did she call it? Yeah? Yes, in treasuries and stocks. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? You want to say something?
Praise God. I learned a lot, but I just want to mention one day so that no matter anything you have, you can start small. I think she said that. Then also, I don't know if I can ask a question now or later. Because she mentioned that somebody can invest your time, skills, and money. So how can somebody invest your time? The
Okay.
time. I think
want to?
time.
Okay, we can take that quickly. Nina can take that in the next 1 minute.
Okay. Thank you. So if you are, you can actually invest your time in different ways. You can invest your time in serving somebody that is actually a business person successfully for a period of time, apprenticeship. And then the person actually, in the Igbo palace, we call it boy, exactly. So you invest your time in actually serving this person for some time, and then the person actually gives you funds to start a business. You can also invest your time in following somebody. I heard Pastor Olumide Emmanuel talking about his assistant. His assistant was offered another opportunity, bigger money, everything by another person, but he said no. Why? Because the guy has invested his time with Pastor Olumide, and he has actually built him to a point that no matter how much any other person gave him outside, he didn't want to go. He didn't want to leave the pastor. Even though the pastor wasn't there, he didn't want to leave him. So you can actually invest your time in different ways. It's not in any particular way. Thank you.
Okay. Let's get to Mike to Pastor Tunji. Are we catching knowledge? Okay.
Yeah, time investment, there is everything you do requires time. Whether you are in services, you're selling, you go to an office, they engage you, there's an appointment letter, you are to resume 8, close maybe 5. That's your time. You're selling it. For everything, to me, time cuts across every business you do. Because you're working for somebody, it's your time. You've decided to use that time that you should have used for something else, you invest it with that person to do services, to like what she has said, okay, you go to somebody, okay, this period you have to work for me. That period, what's the period? It's the time. You understand? And time is so precious. And I think Dr. Idara also said it, that whatever we do, with he said everybody will have 24 hours. Yeah. So what you do with that time determines whether you are going to get rich or not. So timing cuts across everything. Whatever you do, it involves time. So how you do what you do with your time is what is important, as he has said before.
Thank you so much. Just to also add a voice to it, do you know the church is one place that has provided for people to share their time, their skill sets, and they eventually launch out? Do you know every opportunity that we have in church, if you're a music minister, do you know you're setting up your skill set to do music? If you're in the media team, do you know you can break forth to become a media person? For all of us that have shared a stage and Pastor has given us the opportunity, this is a platform to do your public speaking. And if you can get confidence in the church with your time investment process, do you know what you can do in the world? Right? So it's like a call to action that if you're not doing anything in church, the church actually provides a foundation for you to build your skill set. Right? I remember the first time I was given the opportunity to do public speaking here, and over time, I've been given that opportunity and I've not taken it for granted. So don't wait in your small corner and say, I am not enough. So anytime pastor nudges you to either take a session in Bible study, prayer meetings, go somewhere, reach out, he's actually nudging you to implement a skill. He has seen, pastor acts as our mentor and our sponsor because he sees a skill in you that you might be sleeping on and you might have to activate it. I hope we take action. Right? So thank you so much. A round of applause again for Nena. Right now we'll be going to a business pitch session, and I will be calling anyone in random, and the task is very simple, right? You that wrote the business plan, you should know how to pitch it, right? So you don't hide. We're not going to read your essay, but you read your essay that gives us a guide, but it's for you to pitch it to the house in 5 minutes. So remember the steps I told you. What's your message? Can we say it together? What are the 3 M's I mentioned? Right? Method. So your business plan should cover that. So first person that we would call, to come and do the 5 minutes pitch would be, drums roll. Everybody's really shaking, Babi. Mr. Emmanuel Ebute, could you please come, if you are around, round of applause to come and make your pitch. 5 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for this rare opportunities. I'm really grateful for the opportunity. So, my business plan, it is a provision store, a grocery and provision store business plan that I made, and I'm trying to open this thing so that we just. I'm sorry, sir. So it's a provision store business plan that I submitted, and then I am this person that, due to the environment where I stayed, I discovered that when it comes to provision store, when it comes to provision, when it comes to groceries, the demand for these things, there are things that are constantly growing. The population of the country keeps on increasing, and then the demand for this thing, on a consistent basis, there are demands for provisions. And then these are things that when you consume them, like for instance, when you consume a sachet of biscuit or a bread, you still need it again because hunger will still come. And then these are things that on a consistent basis, you will need them. Same with oil and so many other things. So on provision store, it is something that I had interest in it due to the way that the demand for those things keep on moving on. So I have when you talk about the market size, although provision store it is competitive, like if you look at some certain area, you see that more than 2, 3, 4, 5 people, they are doing the same thing, and then the demand, even in as much as the demand are high, the competition in it is much. But with a proper strategy, you can still excel in those business, regardless of the numbers of people who are into that thing. So, but for me, I highlighted some things due to study, because I actually went out to study. I went to market, and then coupled with my environment, I made researches. And then I discovered that with some strategies put in place, there are ways that you can strive successfully in that business. Like your customer and your seller relationship. These are things that you prioritize. And then the way you handle your customers, it's very, very key. And then there are places whereby everybody are selling the same things. But with you bringing some little things that are not found in the other people's shop, it will give you a leverage, to give you an edge that you are a kind of scaling higher in terms of the business than the other people. So there are a lot of strategies that I penned down, but because of the brevity of the time, I won't be able to talk about all of it. So there are things you just have to look out for, some little advantages, that things that other people that are not doing, that you just put into your own, that will give you an edge over them. Okay, so I have my financial summary here. I have my cost structure here. I have my key partners. And then, okay, my business goal. So my business goal number one, I say to meet and satisfy my customer everyday needs on a consistent basis. 2, to create an enjoyable and exciting buying and selling experience with my customers. To gain my customers' loyalty and increase retention rate and selling the basic types of provision items they need. To consistently increase the number of customers visiting and purchasing my goods. To establish a good model of proximity, closeness with multiple channel strategies in order to easily locate my product. To consistently increase and maintain profitability. Okay. I will be exploring my market strategies. I said I will be exploring the following principle as my marketing strategies: a good customer and sellers relationship, the use of social media platforms. There are some times whereby we are selling some things and then it is just limited to only the people around us. Other people that are staying afar, they are not knowing about what you are selling. It's good that we take advantage of the social medias and then try to push those things out, like the use of Facebook, WhatsApp, and some other social medias, and organize follow-up strategies for my feedback. There are some times whereby after selling our things to our customer, we don't even care about how satisfied they are with our product, and then we just go and rest like that. It's good that we have a follow-up backup plan. You call them, how far with this product I sold to you? Are you enjoying it? Are there ways whereby you want me to improve? These are things that you can actually work on, and then it will help you to keep your relationship with your customer on a very good ground. And then I said, I will be creating awareness of the business and the things it offers by the use of design posters. I know due to the fact whereby many people are into these things, when you use some certain things like poster, for instance, you post your business, the things you offer in some certain strategic places, and then you discover that people that are not aware of it, when they pass and when they see these things, you have your number and your social media placed on it. They will come to you. There are like this. Using of social posters, I've seen a situation. I've been in a situation whereby I needed to work something, and then I was looking for who will help me to do this thing, but I couldn't locate anybody. But there was a time I was passing, I just saw a poster, and then that was how I have to call the person. I connected with him. I got what I want to get. So when we use some of these things to give us an edge over other people.
Thank you.
Hallelujah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was a pitch in 5 minutes. So what I would do is, since we have our speakers here who are covering different topics, right? One is covering the creativity, starting a business from scratch. One person is looking at the legal side of it, and Nena just spoke on investing intelligently. I would ask the speakers to each of them give you one question for you to reflect on, right, for your business, because you just did it.
Obviously, you had a number of things you wanted to say within 5 minutes. Well, 5 minutes, I feel, is a good time to make someone get interested in whatever you want to sell. So I'll just take some of these things I asked, and then maybe you refine what you have currently. Yeah, thank you so much.
Sorry, before I go to Barrister, did he cover his message? Was his message clear? Right? I gave you a structure before you came in. I said message, mission, and your method. That's enough. Because if you go into storytelling without establishing those ones, we've lost you. Message was provision store, right? What's the mission? You covered it to some extent, but you were saying people. Who are the people? Are they close to you? So if you said there was a need within your surrounding and the distance between the next provision store to the next one was far and you're bridging the gap, now that is where we are. The method, how would you sell? Right? So let's put that into consideration. Barrister.
Thank you very much. Just as he said, you've mentioned a lot of things, and but as a lawyer, the first thing that will come to mind when anybody talks about business is how do you protect your business? So that is the most important. So you can just think about it. How do you intend to protect the business you're about to set up or that you have already? Then we'll now know what to do from there.
Thank you so much. Nina, from an investment standpoint.
Okay, well done, my brother. You actually pitched it, even though it wasn't really as clear as it should be. I was actually waiting for you to say, you are saying strategies, but I think it's good you outline your strategy, make it sellable, make it something that if I hear it, immediately I hear it, I really want to hear more. But you just continue saying strategies. What are these strategies? They need to be clear. As I told you, proposals need to be compelling. They need to be simple, but they need to also be straight to the point. Just make your strategies clear. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think a round of applause for them. Did you get value, sir? Did you get what they were saying? So we expect a more polished business plan. So on that, Pastor Tunji, you wanted to say something? Or okay.
I think he has said most of the things I wanted to say, because when you are pitching, you say the business, you are expected to, go into that business. Provision store. Okay, you've done, maybe you have not done it before, but you must have done your feasibility study. That, okay, fine, if I buy so, this is my profit margin. If I start with 100,000, this, I've gone to, the profit margin is this is it. Within so period, this will be my profit, this is what I'm going to invest. You are not talking to the business. You are just talking like somebody talking generally. So there is a business, let's know. You are not showing us that you really know this business you are talking about. It's a general discussion you are doing. Talk provision store. How much? If you spend 3 minutes, if you spend even the whole 5 minutes talking about the finances aspect, that's the key. Because somebody wants to invest in your business, so it's about money. So you need to give value. So talk more about that business, about the amount, how much it's going to cost, this is my profit margin in 1 year, this is my strategy, this is what I envisage within 1 year, and how the sustainability of the business. That's what investors want to listen to.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for Pastor Tunji. Okay, so we are done with the first session. The next thing on our agenda is to do a breakout session. Now, because of time, we will just do the breakout session for 10 minutes and we will convene. So, what are the activities we're supposed to do? I think we could look at people in your group, right? Everybody is seated at least with more than one person. So your assignment, and you can also interact, is to look at this business productivity as a whole and think about it from your business standpoint. What are the roadblocks that you encounter, right, from your business, and what are the potential solutions that you would look at after you've registered the roadblock? So each table would have at least one person give us a summary within 2 minutes. It's just a very short time, but the exercise will be for 10 minutes. So now we are at 11:30. I think we should be back by 11:40, right? So, okay. Okay, yes. So please, I also have not forgotten you online participants. I'm so sorry. We value your contributions too as well. So please send your activities to the chat box, and we'll be able to read them when we convene, right? So I see you back all at 11:40. Over. Okay, just quickly, just to announce, we have restrooms here. So the female is towards this side, and the male is on the right side, just outside the hall. Okay, so let's start rounding up because now start giving your. I should announce it. Okay, online people, we'll give you 3 more minutes because you started late. But for those in that are on site, I think you should start rounding up. Rounding up, rounding up. Okay, start selecting your representative so that we can start hearing feedbacks. Okay, okay, you can. I can be using this one. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we are done. Only online people can continue till the next 2 minutes. So this will be group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4. So group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4, group 5, and group 6. Right? So we know the sequence. So group 1, in 2 minutes, could you just tell us what you discovered in your exercise, roadblocks and potential solutions, and the business you focused on? Okay, they said the speaker should come come to the front. Round of applause. Give up moral support now, please. Please, please, please. Please.
At different business. Praise the Lord. Good morning, everyone. Is it afternoon? Good morning, everyone. On the group 1 table, we spoke differently because we had different ideas and different problems. And then the first person said she can't do product as in physical business, as in selling, buying and selling. But she has always been a mentor to people who do business, but cannot do business. And then her challenge is, how can she convert those her ideas and make money from it? That's one. Thank you. The second person talked about that she produces drinks like Zobo, Kunu, and all that her challenge is power supply. And then someone in the table told her that she knows her and she's inconsistent in her business. And she said the challenge that she has is that she's afraid of producing products that maybe not having light will make it go bad. That's her challenge. And then the third person on the table talked about that she's a millennial, someone who makes caps, hats, and that, and all that. And she wants to learn how to market her products online. And that she wants to get people who she can train and how she can boost her market here in Abuja, because relocation has been a problem to her. And then the fourth person talked about her business, that NAFDAC registration has been a constraint to her business, and then that she needs some equipment and a place where she can train people. She already has a good market strategy, but her problem is that she doesn't have NAFDAC registration. Thank you.
A round of applause for group 1. Good enough. They've raised the bottlenecks, and I think our guest speakers are going to tackle most of the points raised from a creative standpoint and from a legal standpoint. So round of applause for group 1 again. Group 2. You have to make it quickly, straight to the point.
Thank you very much, sir. So the roadblocks, we picked the same business I pitched, provision store. So here are a few of the roadblocks. Like we have spoilage of goods, and to mitigate this, we talk about reducing the quantity of goods that will be purchased, so that in due course, while the little ones are in store, at least before those little ones can be purchased before we can get more, so that it will reduce the number of spoilage. Then we talk about buying on credit. Like if you look at provision store, a lot of people, they buy on credit and then paying back become a challenge. So to mitigate that, we say that setting a standard, you have to build your business in the sense that you have a standard that everybody follow, and then they have to succumb to your own standard, that you don't sell on credit, and they should be used to that. So that is one thing to reduce that. Then we talk about the goods coming with little interest, like provision store, for instance, it comes with little interest. And then to mitigate this, we say that packaging and customer care relationship, it will help that, like the way you present your goods, the way you present it to your customer, it will help to raise, it will create a standard around your business that if you know there are sometimes you see some certain things, even though the worth is low, but the way it is packaged, people just place a good distinct value on it, and it will help you to leverage. Then number 4, we said where you get your goods from, like the location, transportation, it has to be in such that it will favor you. And then to mitigate this, we say you have to use a regular supplier or having a direct relationship with the supplier, so that when you get your goods, you just make a phone call and the person can just bring it direct to you. You just pay a little amount of money instead of you running helter-skelter to get the supplier. Then number 5, we say competition. There's a lot of competition surrounding it, and then to mitigate it, we say having a good customer relationship, building a good reputation for yourself, and then building trust around your business. It will help with this. And then your environment, your location. You said that we have to establish it in a well-located environment whereby it will be easily accessed, to be accessible to everybody living around that environment. Thank you so much.
Round of applause for group 2. So you see that you're coming up with your roadblocks, and you're also seeing that the solution. So in essence, it means that most of the excuses that you have is just in your head and in your mind. Once you interact with people, you should get some ideas. Group 3, quickly, please, straight to the point.
Good afternoon, everyone. So our group, the major roadblock we spoke about was inflation, because almost all of us on the table face inflation. So we wrote for the solution. Don't be in a hurry to give price to your customers. For we that are like into baking, tailoring, and the rest, we know how our country inflation is. You can go to the market today. The price you find out, maybe tell you a bag of flour is 1,000. You go to the market next week, they are telling you it's 5,000. So make sure you confirm the current price before giving your clients a price. Confirm the current price before giving your client the price of a particular product. Your clients won't leave if you tell them, give me some minutes, let me get back to you. They won't leave. They will still wait for you if you give them value. Then also, another roadblock we spoke about was what I ordered versus what I got for those that deal with buying and selling. So, like one of us shared that he imports goods from a particular vendor in China, from a particular vendor. So he wanted to order again, and the vendor didn't have the goods in stock. So he had to look for another vendor, and when he came, it was what I ordered versus what I got. So we tagged it as impatience. So always be patient and stick to someone that you know that you can trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Round of applause. One question to reflect on group 3 is inflation is a given. How do you plan long term for inflation so that you don't end up saying you're going to halt your price? Remember, you're going to have consistent customers. And you're not going to be saying, I'm giving you yesterday's price to this price. Some people want to be valued as your customers. So factor that in, right? Group 4.
Good morning, everybody. So the business that we generated from our group was poultry business, and the business we generated from our group was poultry business, poultry in sense of rearing of chicken. And the roadblocks that we faced was environmental challenge and financial challenge. How to mitigate the environmental? So the environmental challenge led to loss of life of the chicks. So how to mitigate that was when the chicks are coming in, you try to create a warm environment for them, because during cold time, the chicks tend to lose their life, and then you lose productivity, you lose income. Then the other roadblocks was financial roadblock. The person that had the business was having finances in restocking her, in providing feeds for the chick, which in turn leads to low productivity. So how to mitigate that is try to bring in investors or look for finances from other means. Thank you.
Round of applause for group 4, right? But do you see now that this exercise is also revealing what you should be doing when you're pitching your business? Because potential investors want to hear what potential challenges you would have and what are your plans, to deal with it. So if you're pitching someone and you mention financial constraints, and you're also mentioning challenges of your business, how would you mitigate that? For example, your poultry business, that people you'll not be losing chicks, for example. So if I invest 2 million naira, what other factors would you consider so that is also translating to profit, right? But a round of applause for them. Group 5. Okay.
I just thought as you were speaking that sometimes when we do businesses like the poultry, we sometimes neglect professional input. Now, because when the chicks get sick or before they get sick, you need to get the advice of an environmental professional and even a vet doctor. Because that becomes part of the cost analysis you must include. Because sometimes we go to these businesses that she mentioned and we have no idea of the kind of diseases that these birds will experience. So a vet doctor or an environmental sanitation person can help give that kind of counsel. Thank you.
Round of applause for Pastor. Group 5. Are we enjoying this session so far? Good. After this.
Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, from Group 5, we pick the business of baking. And when we talk about baking, it's in diverse. In my own case, the roadblocks lies in power supply. Without power, there are some bakings you can't really do anything about it, because if you produce, there are some dessert you produce, it's a must you chill it. If not, your customer will not enjoy it, even you yourself. So it's a major roadblock in that aspect of baking industry. Now, the potentials is to seek for probably a soft interest loan to enable you to install probably solar inverter, so that you don't need to go into a generator that will still keep requesting for fuel, diesel on daily basis. Because in today's life, everybody try to get to use the solar panels, so that it will also help you to minimize your to control your expenses. So here, the potential in this area, if you seek the loan, then, and you are good at what you do, of course, in baking, there is no loss, because you can easily turn any mistake into you can convert it to another product that can be sellable. So I think I'm done.
Thank you. I love the energy on the baking side, right? That there is no fail process. You can always convert it to some other product. So a round of applause for Group 5. Group 6. Okay, before Group 6.
Now, because he mentioned power, and that is where my area of specialty, we need to think about sustainability systems. One of the things I realized in your industry about baking is that there are so much waste. So much waste. And people who are in the sustainability industry understand that you can convert that waste to generate your own captive power. You see, one of the ways that comes out of, one of the gas that comes out of waste is ammonia. And ammonia can actually generate electricity. You see, if you gather all the waste that you dissipate in a year from your own bakery, for instance, that can actually power your small machine. So think about sustainability. Even Brother Paul too, I see your hot oven and the energy that it can come. Now, there are some very, very less consuming ovens these days that you need to think about that. Because the challenge with solar, I hear people talk about solar. The issue is not about even the solar. The issue is about the storage that you need to sustain the energy. Because for you to sustain your cooling machine for maybe 12 hours, the amount of batteries you will need for that is humongous. So what you would do is that if you're going to be doing any kind of, that's where sustainability comes in. If you're going to be doing any kind of chilling, they understand that you have to invest more in the generation rather than the storage of power. So you generate energy in the day and use it to chill your stuff during the day, and then you are saving energy, saving cost on your battery systems. So you are so with that, you are becoming very, very sustainable in your energy. If you want to get more consultations, please see me in the office.
Thank you, sir. Group 6.
Good day, everyone. Okay, so I want to talk about what we discussed in our group. Majorly, we talked about services and products. And some of the roadblocks that we marked out are time, credits, rendering services, pricing, and so on. So when we're talking about time, we made emphasis, let's say, on teaching, someone that is teaching. And then we talked about a situation whereby someone has already been known for teaching very well and is into the business, and then you have a lot of clients. And what do you do when you don't have enough time to render such service? So what we talked about, the solution was outsource. You could get other people who are into the same field as you are and put it on as a business. Okay, if I bring students to you to teach, this is the commission that we get. So it's a way of creating, of blocking that gap of time that you don't have. You can as well generate income from it. So we talk about credit as well. And under credit, we talked about in rendering service, why should you even give credit in the first place? But if you have to give credit, there should be a level of commitment. There should be a level of trust. There should be a level of guarantor. You can't just give anybody credit without knowing the person. There must be a level of knowledge of that the person you are giving, and you can't just give credit because you know the person. The person should be able to commit, should be able to give, let's say, an advance payment for the things that you want to give such a person. So you don't just give credit because I know this person, because person is related to me. We used, let's say, ShopRite and all these big stores that are selling provisions. You don't just walk in there and pick things on credit. You must have your money in your pocket before you will even want to enter in the first place. So we talked about, another service we talked about was tailoring. We emphasized on the fact that, okay, someone will just give you clothes and say, oh, please let me sew this clothes, you know I'm going to pay and all of that. You will not just sew. You must ensure that the person drops an amount of money, because you are going to get materials. You are going to get thread, needle, zips, and all of that. So you must be able to collect that amount so that if it comes to, okay, the person is owing you for the service rendered, you know that the loss is not so much on you because he has already paid part of it. So we talked about pricing as well, which is the last, second to the last I'm going to mention. And under pricing, we said you cannot just give price. One of the things you consider is the quality of the products you are rendering. Because some people will be like, the price is too high, the price is too high. What I'm giving to you, is it compared to what you are getting outside? If it's not, then you should be able to pay. And then apart from that, you must be able to study your environment. What is this person selling? What is this person selling before you can put a price on your item? Then we talked about creating content. One of the roadblocks we talked about was creating content and adverts to grow your business. How will you do that online? One of the solutions that we mentioned was that seek advice. Sometimes you think you are making the best content, but let someone that is into the business enlighten you more on it, and then you will do better. Thank you.
Thank you. I think they came very prepared. Well done. Online, are you ready for us? Online participants.
Okay, hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we chose general services for, like lifestyle businesses where they sell hair, you sell shoes, you sell clothing and all of that. That's the lifestyle business. And one of the major roadblock for that affects business productivity is procrastination. In fact, I can say it's a major thing that affects businesses generally, And what is procrastination? When you keep putting off tasks, you want to start a business. Starting a business is taking a very huge step, taking a big step. It's something you're about to invest your time, your resources, your money into, and sometimes it can be overwhelming. You have this big idea and you don't know where to start from, and sometimes you just keep putting it off to, I think when I get to this financial security, I will do this. Or when I have enough resources, I will do this. When I have enough, and one of the major solutions to that is planning your task and prioritizing your tasks properly. So you break down your task. Business is not just about the selling. Before we get to the selling, there are other activities that we have to do. So make use of productivity tools. Make use of project management tools that can help you. So break down your businesses, like one of the speakers said. You have the security, the legal aspect of your business. Break your business into sections and decide to solve them one after the other, so that you will not be overwhelmed by the weight of or the size of your business. Another roadblock that affects businesses or affects our businesses is visibility. When you are not able to sell to the customers that you want to sell to, or you're not able to get your customers. And we saw that one of the major reasons is that because some of us are so good at what we do, either in our services, our skills, or we have very good products. We have, you make beautiful clothes, you make beautiful hairs, you sell, you craft beautiful shoes, or all of that, but you're not putting yourself out there. People can't see you. You have the skills, you have the service, but people can't see or hear what you are selling. And one of the solutions is putting yourself out there. Also making use of free. There are actually a lot of free tools aside social media. That's your Instagram, your YouTube, your Facebook. There are also other free tools. They are like free websites that they may not give you the e-commerce websites, but there are free websites that actually where you can put your business on. Also attend free seminars that tell us how to market our businesses, how to the right ads, because sometimes we feel it's about, you just boost sales online and that's all. That's not just how to put your money, to market your business. There are coaches that are well experienced, and they will tell you how to utilize, even if it's 5,000 or 2,000 you have for ads, they will tell us how to utilize that money in order to get the traction we need for people to find us wherever we find ourselves, whether you're in Abuja, whether you are inside Gwagalada or anywhere. So procrastination and visibility is are the two major roadblocks that we see that affect us in our business. Thank you.
Thank you so much, online. I think, is that all for online? Is that all? That's summary of everyone. Thank you so much. Okay, round of applause for yourselves. That was a very beautiful session. We're happy that we've discovered roadblocks. We got ideas on how to solve those problems. So yes, great job, everyone. So we are heading straight now into the second presentation. Second presentation will be done by Nonso Daniel. Nonso's profile is very long, right? But he's a chairman, but Nonso permit me to shorten it. But Chukwu Nonso is a people and culture manager at Thrive Agric, a leading agri-tech company that connects farmers with investors and markets. He is a member of the Harvard Business Review Advisory Council and has over 9 years of experience in human resource administration and business management. He currently oversees various aspects of human resource, such as talent management, recruitment, performance management, staff benefits, business partnering, organizational culture, safety and health, and employee and labor relations. He works with a team of talented and diverse professionals who are passionate about connecting farmers with investors and markets through innovative and scalable solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind, could you just rise up to welcome our second guest speaker, Mr. Nonso Daniels.
All right. Thank you so much. Please let's have our seat. Thank you so much, Idara. It's a pleasure to be here. First, I want to appreciate the pastor of this local assembly. Thank you so much, sir, for having me. And all the pastors and all the leaders, thank you so much for this wonderful thing you do. I think we should jam our hands for them. It's a beautiful thing, you know. It's a wonderful thing to see when churches are giving to the growth of their members. I don't even know how to explain that. It's a very beautiful thing, and thank you so much, sir, for what you do. And I was so surprised. I didn't even know he was the pastor. The way he was even telling, hey, God, I beg. I'm sorry, sir, if I did not honor you well, sir. It shows a lot of humility. I don't know. I would like to be like you when I grow up, sir. All right. I will just go straight into the topic for today. I'll be talking about establishing a business from start. It's a very tough, not tough, but it's a very long and not exhaustive topic. And I'll try as much as possible to make it brief. My time is already up before starting. Okay, I want to believe the timer is not up, which is a good thing because I would have lost some time. All right. Yeah, I didn't appreciate Idara, right? Thank you so much, Idara. Please let's jam our hands for him. He's a wonderful person. I met him about going to 2 years now, right? And I've learned he's not just a knowledge banker. He's knowledge himself, and it's been a blessing. Very beautiful relationship we have there. Thank you so much. So I'll go straight into sharing what we have today, and I'll try to make it as brief as possible. I definitely cannot cover everything. It's not possible to cover even a tenth of anything that can be covered on this topic, but I'll try to share a few of my experiences along the way. I've been privileged to work with a couple of businesses. I've started a couple myself. Both the ones people might want to see as very small. I started a laundry business when I was 7. I think that was the first business I ever started. And, anyway, I won't go into details of that, but I learned a lot from that. And one of the things I know I did, which I will talk about in this session, is how to use technology to scale your business. I think one of the major issues many creatives or many young people have is how to scale their business. Because the ideas are there, right? But they start and they struggle within the period of time and they don't scale. So I'll share a few things, what has helped me. Let me also give this disclaimer. I started some businesses that failed, right? So I'm not here to come and, show but I think one of the things that I've learned from there is I've just learned how not to run businesses, right? I have about 4 businesses now that are thriving, and I thank God for that. So one of the things I want us to have, the first thing I want to say is you have the creative mindset. You can do it, right? I think one of the first things every entrepreneur needs to have or needs to keep hearing every single day is you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. I want to say this together. I have a creative mind. Let's say it with all confidence. I have a creative mind. I have what it takes to build the next big thing. These are not just words that we should just say. Words are powerful. I believe so much in words. I wake up every day and I go to bed every day speaking words into my future, right? Words are how things were created. The Bible says it from Genesis chapter 1, and God said, and we get to see, and it was so, right? And God saw that it was good and all of that. We won't go into all of that, but words are very creative. It helps the mind and it propels you to action. So the first thing every entrepreneur needs to have in mind is that you can do it. It's so super important, right? And I don't know, Idara mentioned everything I wanted to say. I didn't even know what to start from. In his nugget, I felt like, did you read my work? But I would just say some key things you should always ask yourself. Remember, we are explaining how to start up a business, establish a business from the start. Is that you need to ask yourself some key questions. One of the questions you ask yourself is, what are the problems around me that I have observed that I can provide solution to. Now, if you notice, my question went around problems. Because one of the things people do a number of times is people are looking for money. I think the first speaker, Nina, mentioned that when you provide value, value gives you affluence, right? You influence gives you affluence. So it's like it's an exchange. So one of the things you're thinking about, now I'll paint a very simple picture. I can decide, I know that there is darkness in this area, and if people will pay for light bulbs, right? If I can create one. And that is one angle. The other angle would be like, I am thinking of how to help the lives of people so that they can live better and come out of the issues that come with darkness, maybe crime and all of those things. And then I'm thinking of how to provide. Now, I'll tell you the difference. It seems like it's almost the same thing, but I'll tell you the difference. Now, the first person, which is just all about making money, will start and might stop along the way. Even if he doesn't, he will create a very, I don't care, product, right? That does not really offer value, and then he will struggle in his entrepreneurial journey. The other person is focused on the problem and the value he's bringing to the table, and he will stay the longest of times. I will say this again and again and again and again and again, right? He will stay the longest of times, even when he has challenges. He would also be able to communicate to other people enough to even invest in him. Have you seen when people come to pitch? I watch a lot of pitch sessions. Can check them out. Shark Tank. I watch a lot of Shark Tank. There's Lions Day in Nigeria. I barely watch that one. There are a number of them, right? If you watch some of these pitching sessions, you find out that you always see the difference with someone that has a passion in what he's doing, right? He has invested his mind, he has gotten a lot of knowledge, and he wants to give value. So one of the key things you need to learn and ask yourself is, what problem am I going to solve? This time is running very fast. Okay, I'll be very, I've not even entered my slide. But I feel like these things are very fundamental and they are very foundational. So before we go into, most of these theories, you can find them online. I will not lie to you, you can find them online. But we want to just emphasize a couple of things. You should also ask yourself, what can you do? A lot have been said about that. Your skills, abilities, the experience you have, expertise, what do I have a passion for? What do you have some level of interest and all of that? Who are my audience? I'm just trying to run through this. And then the first speaker also mentioned the place of God, like what would God have me to do? You should take out time to pray and all of that. Now, having cleared out that, by now, if you did not have, you should probably have an idea of what you want to do, or maybe you take out time to think about it later. Now, but if you already have answered these questions, one of the next things you need to tell yourself to do is to start. Tell your neighbor, start. See, the greatest issue we have in this life, I think someone online mentioned it, is procrastination. I will not lie to even me. Yeah? I believe I've fought it to a good extent, but it's still something that I'm still saying, God, help me. Because there are times, I saw something, is it yesterday or yesterday? I should have added it to my slide if I had time, if I remembered. So it's like a pie chart. And 90% of the time of this thing, there's like the person is using it to think. Why the work itself will require just about 10. So it's like if you have 100 minutes, you use 90 minutes to think for a work that is 10 minutes. Right now, there is a place of thinking and strategizing. I'll still go to that before you kickstart. But most times, the thinking is just, you're just thinking like, how will I, should I, and all of that. One of the regrets I tell myself I will never have, I don't want to have, is the regrets of not having to start something that I feel should have gone wild. See, I've lost some money, right? I mentioned earlier I've lost some businesses, right? But I am happy I had, like, you know that point when I talk about them with all happiness. If I did not start that thing, I will keep regretting what if that was the next big thing. I'm telling you the truth. The regrets, see, they say that the richest place in the earth is where? The grave, the cemetery. That's the truth. Because a number of people die with their potentials, they never tried exploring it. I'm one person, I tell myself, I will try. If I fail, I fail. But I trust God, I will not fail. Right? So execution is one key thing that a lot of people lack. A lot of people lack. You can speak to some people. One of the things I told myself, I will not just be that person that will come and bamboozle you and give you ideas and theory and all of those things, and I don't have workings. Right? It doesn't make sense. Right? And I'll go into sharing a couple of things from my slide right now, because there's a lot of things that if I go and start explaining, we'll not get this. So some key things we'll look at today is as regards identifying the market opportunities. So how do you start up? How do you go about running your business, starting your business? I've used the first 10 minutes to talk about things that are foundational, but I'll try to hit a couple of things. Now, you have an idea. You know what you want to do. You have some skills in it. You've done your research and all of that. And then you want to start, right? One key thing you should do at the very beginning is to do a lot of research. There is almost no venture. That's one of the issues that made some of my businesses fail. It was obvious. Imagine, I believe he'll talk about it. I and some friends, we started kind of a investment stroke money lending business. This is 2016. And we did not register with SEC. We did not register with some of all these bodies, which he'll talk about. When the issue came, I don't want to start talking about that story. That's where, some things that you hear today, don't just take them as, some people have had experience, have been burnt, and have learned. So I'm sure he will explain a couple of things. When he mentioned to the guy that did the speech, and he said, how do you protect your business? That thing is not a joke. Oh. Anyway, I don't want to enter. He will do justice to that. So, you need to do a lot of research. Take out time to study people that have gone ahead of you, people that are doing something similar to what you're doing. See, it's a good time well spent to do your research. It's a good time well spent. See, I will say this confidently and again, right? Amongst the many things I've done, the ones that I've seen thriving the most are the ones I gave out quality time to do case studies. So I picked like 10, right? There is something like, there is more like this. Okay, I won't start explaining one of them, right? I'll pick like 10, right? The ones that have succeeded, the ones that have failed, understood why they failed, the issues they went through, and a number of things. And I'm able to draw out some learnings from there. How did these people start? Especially try to get people that have similar stories with you. So for instance, you can't be wanting to start a tailoring business and the person you are focusing on a lot is someone that's the father, they gave birth to them with silver, gold, and diamond spoon, right? Your fight is different, right? It's not exactly the same thing. Now, you learn something from there, but look at people that have something similar, right? And then you can build something of that sort. Now, you have a couple of... God will help me with time. Say amen for me. All right, so you have a couple of things you need to put into mindset, right? And I hope we know that when you've done, because I'm trying to break down some steps, I hope we know that when you've been able to, so you've done a little research, you've been able to come up with a number of things, you've seen what makes some people fail, right? You've spotted out a few things, you want to implement them. One of the things you need to understand properly is your market. Now, it's part of the research though, but I separated it for a reason. Now, the market has different legs. One of the major part of your market is understanding your audience, right? Audience is as in people that are going to pay you, your customers, right? Understanding their needs, their demands, what they want. Understanding the demand with respect to the supply, I might not be able to go into details on all of this, but I hope you get what I'm trying to say. So it means that, so there are times when some markets are saturated, right? It doesn't mean you can't enter into it, but you have a different strategy. You definitely cannot do the same thing every other person is doing and expect a different result. That's insanity, right? So you need to, it's a lot of work, I will not lie to you, right? But you need to be ready for that work. A number of people run away from entrepreneurship, and I tell people that you can't be as wealthy as you want by being a 9-to-5er. I'm also a 9-to-5 person, right? Don't take that away. So I'm not saying you can't be, but what I do is that I take my earnings from here. I shared something on the group the other day. There's a group that we both share, and I shared someone, Tony Lumelu, he posted something, or rather he was interviewing, and he said something. And I'll just say that in person. He said, before you can be wealthy, right, you can't keep earning and you live by earning. You need to make your earnings create a living for you. I just paraphrase that. So the point is that you need to take from your earnings and invest in both yourself, knowledge and all of those, and also invest either in a business or invest in something that can create generational wealth for you. If not, you would just keep earning and keep living to earn, and then it looks like a circle you're going through, right? So business is something you should be ready for. It takes a lot of intentionality, it takes a lot of energy, but it's something that you should do. So understanding your markets is one of the things you need to do. I'm seeing a number of things on the very surface level, and I might not be able to break them down except we have that much time. Understanding the gaps, and then have a solid business plan. Solid business plan, I mean solid business plan. It means you should cover your financials, in short, everything about the business plan, down to how to protect the business, do all your necessary registration, get licenses where necessary, and all of that. And there's a lot I'll say on that, but I'll just move a bit fast because I'm looking at my time. I love keeping to time. I feel like it speaks of a lot about integrity. So now, when it comes to how to be successful in your business, right? I put a few keywords here, and I talked about creativity, market research, adaptability is one key thing I want to emphasize here. I would say the things I have to say, and I'll skip where necessary. Now, adaptability means that now I have one of the businesses I run currently. There was a time when they have this road construction that WIKE is doing, and then they blocked our main access. That was terrible, right? Sales dropped by 25% thereabouts. Right? You need to have your records. I think Nena mentioned that. Good, proper documentation, data. I don't joke with data analysis, right? I recently even got a grant because of my records, right? So I mean, I was just doing it for my own this thing, and then someone just mentioned that these guys are doing this thing. That's Big Great and the rest, and so there's this, and they just say send in data, and surprised, I just got a lot one day, and obviously they're monitoring the business, but I mean, in any case, it's a grant. It's not borrow me. So I wish I have time. We can also talk about how you can fund your business. Let's talk a little on that, right? Even if I would end with that. Now, funding your startup is one of the questions. I think I heard that a couple of times from people. One or two people said that, and there are many ways to fund your business, right? One of the things I mentioned in passing is by your savings. Maybe you're working, you're 9 to 5, you get some savings over a period of time, and all of that. I did that for one of the first businesses I did. That's one key way from your savings. Now, 2 is, I always recommend this. You might not see that in the books, but it's like a GoFundMe kind of thing. Now, when I mean I have a mindset that when there is a will, there is a way. I have seen that happen again and again. Maybe because I just trust God like a fool, right? So I had a deadline for April 30th. There's this project I was doing, and I told everybody that cared to know around me, by April 30th, we get this money. It's in some thousands of dollars, right? By April 30th, we get this money, right? Now, I did everything possible within my own. Trust me. It's not good. This part I'm about to say If you can delete it, to delete it. I barely sleep. It's not a good thing, right? But what I'm just trying to emphasize from that is that they say your dream is what takes away sleep from you, and it's not what you see while you're sleeping. You might need to think about that later. So a number of times you need to give in the hard work. That's just what I try to explain. Now, to fund your business, you might need to get family and friends, a number of people that believes in your vision. That's why you need to be a person of integrity. People need to believe in you. You need to have a track record, right? It will help, right? So that's another part where you get people, even if it's, I've been able to get 100,000, I need extra 100,000. Can you give me urgent 2K, right? And then I'll add all the 2Ks together. My first business as at 2014, right? Funny enough, I needed just 10K to start it. Now, 10K is not 10K of now. It was better then, right? But I needed just 10K, and I did not have 10K. I'm being very honest to you. This is 2014. I didn't have 10K. When I think about it, I'm like, I had just about 2K thereabout. And then someone looked, but I will not digress. So you can get funds from family and friends. Oh my God. You can get that. Another is that you can strategically position yourself for funding. This time is... I've not even gone to quarter. But let me just say this, and then I'll end. Probably if we have question and answer, I'll try to. So you can position yourself for funding. Now, there is the grants, there is debt, there is equity. There is debt financing, there's equity financing. Debt financing is that when you're getting some form of loan, you repay back within the period, right? But you need to, your books, your records, your documents have to be legit and ready, right? Equity financing is when you're giving out, you believe so much in the business that you are going to get people to invest in that your business such that they will have some form of shares or ownership, right? And then there's the grants part where you're able to see there are a lot of philanthropies, there are a lot of people that are giving out funds. In short, this was the first one I got. This is the first grant, right? But I've always been hearing and all of this, and then I decided to put my mind to it, and then so it works, right? My time is up. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Right? So I would share a few things, and I'll try to be very, very fast. Now, there are challenges in entrepreneurship, and you will always face them. You would always face them. You will always face challenges in entrepreneurship. But one of the things that you need to do to stand out is to have what is called a unique selling point. If you didn't get anything from what I've said so far, this is so very important. Now, what stands out A from B is that you are able to think about there's a value proposition, right, that you are giving that is different, right? Like it's just unique in itself. And see, it's not just something you just think about the sports. If you need to have people you're brainstorming together or you take out time, right, to do. Some people get this thing by revelation, inspiration from God. I'm not joking, right? You need to think about something different. So maybe you want to go into beverages, you want to be selling, maybe even Zobo. I heard someone mention Zobo. What is the common thing that people are doing about Zobo? What are you doing differently? Now, I'll share two stories, right? Now, I met someone at, in 2016, I was invited to speak somewhere in Ebonyi, I think Biri, something of that sort. I can't remember what the place is, but it sounded like Biri, if I remember very well. Now, and one of the ladies who made it, it was quite we had over 3,000 people there. Now, one of the persons that was there, so the issue she had was she wanted to go to school and all of those things. So I asked her a few questions. I found out that she sells pure waters. And then we did a little maths, right? And then we found out that the problem was not that she was selling pure water. Well, the problem was that she didn't have the right way to package that pure water. Now, as at then, pure water was about 100 naira, and then we were selling it for, I think, 5 naira, if I'm not mistaken. Now, we did a little math. Now, I hope you know that even the pure water business is a good business, right? It's a very good business. You can get a 100% return in a day, right? So 5 naira, there is 20 inside, right? And then if you do the math, then you're getting a bag of maybe, okay, now currently I think a bag is about 400, please correct me, 400, 500, right? And then if they sell for 15 naira, so if you do the math, 50 times 20, that's 1,000 naira, that's like 100% margin. Now, the problem is not that there is no money there. The problem is that she has not taken out time to create out create out a strategy and a plan around it and how to scale that business. Now, what we just did, right? And a friend of mine is in Lagos now, doing very super well. Now, one of the things we just did was we created a mentorship session for some of the people in church. And one of the things we did is that we just did a little coaching. Now we helped them. I think what we just gave her then was just like 50K. It wasn't like something so much. But that lady right now, she was able to pay her school fees, pay her sister's school fees. She has graduated. She made a post on Facebook one day and embarrassed me. Like I even forgot about her. And so like someone made one post and all of those. Now the point is that sometimes the problem is in the little things. I heard a lot of let me not call please. Little things for lack of better words, right? They are not little. Now they are not little. So you see some of those things you look down on, like even the baking, I had tailoring, I had Zobo. It's about how you package it. And I want to talk about the second person that what we just helped the person to do was the packaging, right? Get a bottle, get the package. Even before, now, sir, I know you fight me on this. Even before she went to do now that registration and all of those things, we helped her do a lot of packaging and then she was selling locally. When she get some funds, we went to start doing all those registration and all of those things. But the fact that someone sells a Zobo in one normal bottle and another person has a customizable bottle, it's a unique selling proposition. It can be as simple as that. Do you understand? There is a lot. Is this a countdown or a count up? Okay, it's a countdown. So I have 1 minute left. So I wanted to say something about technology, right? Sorry, my speech is a bit disjointed, and I'm so sorry about that. And it's primarily because I'm trying to kill many stones, within a short period of time. And the things I feel that are very important, I need to communicate. Now, technology is one thing that, you can't scale. Mark my word, you can't scale your business without technology. Quote me anywhere. You cannot. I used to say you will not be able. No, you cannot right now because we've done we've done a lot of this thing with a lot of businesses, and we found out that the only way for you to move from point A to point B is technology, right? And for you to keep going. When I mean scaling, it's not that you're making 10,000 profit for 9, you're not making 11,000 profit. I mean scaling to the point that you are now getting 1,000. You're not getting 1 million. You're not getting 10 million, 100 million in profit. Without technology, you cannot. Right? And you need to think global. Yeah, don't just think of, if I'm able to make 1,000, I'm okay and all of those things. So, how do you say technology, right? You need to have that in the back of your mind. How can I be a technology-driven entrepreneur or a technological-driven business owner? You need to have that in your mind. Like, it's very, 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 very so important. And I'll just end by saying that you should start, right? And do the work and all of those things. There is something that, if you are quoting this anywhere, you have to reference me. Because I said, I always say that the fear of failure is utmost failure in itself, right? You must reference me. I'm just joking anyway. Now, why am I saying it? Because most times the problem we have, like we started when we said that, is procrastination. So start. Right? Start. Reach out when you need to reach out to people. Get all the information you need. But start. You definitely need to start little, but be dedicated to starting. And I trust that God will bless your struggles. Amen.
Thank you. I think you can go on. So, thank you so much, Nonso. Very far too kind. 3 things you get from Nonso's teaching in summary is unique selling point, positioning, and technology. Right? So you find out that it's not about you not having the ideas, but what is unique about you. Many years ago, I started doing my reading journey, and I was just reading for fun. I didn't know what it is. First, I had doubts because people were like, you're reading so many books. Again, people respond to you based on their trauma, right? Anytime that you do anything significant and anybody says something negative, it's not you, it's them. Because they are reacting to something they cannot do. So when I read 200 books in 1 year, the first thing they said is, it's a lie. The person is saying it from the point that they cannot do it, right? So over the years, I had to find, it didn't click until last year, and this is also focusing on Nonso's point on unique selling point. I was listening to one podcast and the man mentioned knowledge banking, and it clicked. I carried that phrase and I tried an experiment on my LinkedIn. Every top person I put friend request for, they all accepted. Everyone, because they don't know what knowledge banking is. I know what knowledge banking is from my explanation, but it's a very fancy word. It's unique. You don't hear it everywhere. You will hear about banking. You will learn about land banking. But when you say knowledge banking, it's unique. Everybody's saying, wow, what's that? Same thing with what I studied in school. I didn't want to do international relations as my second degree. So I said, what would make people ask me, what are you doing? So I had to go and find, and I found international security. Even where I studied in the UK, I'm telling somebody I studied international security. They say, what's that? It's unique. So anything that will make somebody ask, what is that? Is what makes you unique. So, but we find ourselves shying away from unique things because we don't want to be alone. We want a crowd thing, conforming. I'm selling Zobo, but the Zobo has to be, why can't you add some things? You mention your ingredients for Zobo. You say, what's that? And you can't defend it anymore. You just hide. Because you don't want to experiment. But you don't know sometimes your blessing is in your uniqueness. Right? Second thing is positioning, he mentioned. Look at all the healings Jesus Christ did in the Bible. Those people were in the right place at the right time. They did not say, shout. The person who was shouting Jesus was within proximity. So he was saying, help me. So you cannot stay. So for example, linking to the third point about technology mentioned, everybody has a mobile phone at least that is smart. But we are not using it smartly. How to scale your business, a simple ChatGPT prompt can change your life. There's a wonderful book I would recommend you read. It's called Co-Intelligence. Co-Intelligence is how you can use ChatGPT and your own brain to work. That device is waiting for you to prompt it. As simple as ChatGPT can help you even rewrite a message. I need to write a pitch. You just say, write me a business pitch. And you write it and you just refine it to your own. So please don't be limited. I think Nonso has inspired us that you should start. Right? Just start. And stop limiting yourself. You've always wanted to teach. And this is also going to those who are also getting into much retirement age. There's no retirement. Because apparently if you're not active, you find out that even if you're in your 20s, you can even get yourself into retirement. You don't know. So you have to be doing something. You're serving, you're selling. If a simple advocacy can change somebody's life. Yesterday or day before yesterday, someone put, I wish somebody can give me and do the... Don Jazzy saw it and gave the person 5 million naira. Just seeing the post. So you do not know what post. Not that you should not be posting anyhow. That's not what we're saying. So get it in perspective, right? So you have to be very strategic. Pastor just gave you free consultancy advice on renewable energy that if he consults, he will make $10,000. And he gave it to you for free in this place. So let's leverage on positioning ourselves and using technology. I think a round of applause for Nonso again. So quickly, I'm just going to take one or two people. Anybody learned anything from Nonso's session and action point? Just two people? Just two people? What did you learn from Nonso's session and action point? Anyone? Or it's very clear that we don't want to talk about it? Okay.
Okay. What I learned and what I work on is the fear of failure is the utmost failure itself. Because over time, I also do this special effect makeup. So to market myself, I just started recently. I was thinking, maybe wait when I'm very good enough, I can start posting for people to see. And I've been doing it for more than a year now, but just low-key, just in the drama crew. But now, I won't wait till that time. I'll start marketing.
Fantastic. Just to let me also try and patent and add to Nonso's quote before he doesn't take all the groove away, right? I heard somebody say failure is feedback. Feedback is knowledge. Knowledge is an action plan. So if you look at it that way, most of the big things we see are because we don't understand the definition customized to ourselves. So failure is feedback. Feedback is knowledge. Knowledge is an action plan. Right? So if one fails, you know more than how many ways you will not do it. We keep quoting the guy that did the light bulb, but we don't take action. We hide. The guy was confident in his failure. I shall know why I will not go back and do that thing again. But most of us see ourselves failing and we don't. That's why when you feel like that, get mentorship. Mentorship is the cheat code. The biggest people you know, Dangote has mentorship. Don't go and gawk it. Everybody you know who is doing something big has mentorship. It could be peer. It could be. You understand? God will help us in Jesus' name. Quickly, we're taking the third session because of time. Immediately, we'll be calling on my friend, my brother, Barrister Felix. I'll just read Barrister Felix's profile. Barrister Felix is a lawyer and a multiple award-winning motivational speaker and author of over 10 books. So he's not a small person. 10 books. I'm still struggling with 1.5. 10. He's a graduate of law from Joseph Ayo Babalola University, where he served as Jabu LSSRC Deputy Speaker and later the Student Union President. Felix is a human rights advocate. You need to see Felix' status. If you want to know who somebody who is driven and passionate, just engage his status. You know what I'm talking about. He's an avid reader and researcher, a chartered secretary, alumnus of the GOTN Leadership Center, a member of Charters Institute of Leadership and Governance in New Mexico, USA. Festus' profile is long, but please, if you don't mind, if you rise up and please welcome my friend and brother, Barrister Felix Adetowubo.
Thank you very much. Please, may you have your seat. I want to appreciate God Almighty for bringing all of us together and also giving me the opportunity to be here to speak with you. One of the greatest opportunity I had was meeting our daddy early this year, I think in January, and also Dr. Idara, where we were at a conference speaking together. And since then, the spark has been on. In fact, it got to a point that it's like I shouldn't be here this week because it's the fourth place I'll be speaking this week. And, it's very engaging. But this is what we've been doing for the past 10 years. So it's part of us. And I want to appreciate all of you. And also my brother, I've been telling him he should go back to law. He told me he's been talking about law. I don't know. This is where I served. This court here during my externship while I was in the law school. So this area is like my area. And the judge I was posted under happens to be a Fulani man. Till today, we are very close, So if you have a rotten people around you, it's because you yourself are a rotten leader. And that's why you have to take note of kind of people that you associate yourself with. It's very, very important. As a lawyer, I always talk about protection. But I've also lost in various businesses. I'll give you one. And the reason why some people still think I do speak against Buhari, well, no problem. Every person who will succeed in any country also relies on the policies of the government. The political arena creates a thriving environment for any business. You may take it, you may throw it away, it doesn't matter. But I'm talking to you out of experience. We've heard a lot from our speakers. They are very correct. And I also appreciate them that they told us their losses. And if you check some of their losses, I listen very well, I discover is some of them are out of wrong government policies. when Buhari and Emefiele is one of Emefiele's brother, happens to be my very close friend. I told him, I said, your uncle, Abi, your brother, has done me strong thing. Oh. It was during the issue of a color, is it color change or naira? I don't know what they did. I'm still confused today what they did. You know, I was doing this business. Before I go into the legal framework, I was doing this business that's transporting bamboo, bamboo trees from Ondo State. I'm from Ogun. But my mom was from Ondo State. She's late now. So when we went for our burial, that was when I saw those bamboos, plenty in our place. And I told my younger brother, we're in the car, I said, I would like to explore this business. So some of us, we don't look at our environment to see opportunities that we can bring, from our environment. So I told my younger brother, I said, I'm going to explore this business. So when I got back to Abuja, I went to Day. That's where they say bamboo, right? I went to Day, then I tried to ask some questions and all that. And I discovered it's a business that you don't need to be looking for customers. The customers are there. In fact, in a day, like 10 customers will be telling me, Barrister, please, we need bamboo now. Please, we need bamboo now. And even if I don't have 1 naira, they are ready to bring out their money, give me half of what I want. Some of you have opened you now to a business you can do. So I tried the business the first time. I got some of my people over there and I said, okay, I'll pay you. How much will you cut one for me? They said they cut one for 300 naira. They did it, and a trailer will load 2,400 pieces. But there are specifications, lengths, how big it should be, because if it's too big, it will take the space. So it has its own specification. So that's what I learned from those guys. I just went there, I said, then I gave some people money. Please tell me about this thing now. I have bamboo plenty. But to bring it out, they said, okay, no problem. Because they normally bring from Edo State, from Benin. But me now, I want to take them to Ondo State, to start bringing it from Ondo State. So I saw a very unique business. They don't want to go there because of the bad road. Trailers don't want to go. I said they should not worry. I will see to that. And we discussed and everything. And at the end of the day, my first trip, I made about 300,000 naira. My first trip. And within 2 weeks, they will finish the cutting. They will bring it down to Abuja. I'll be in my office. They will just tell me, Oga, we don't do Gogolada. Okay, stay there. Because they always move in the night because of VIO and the rest. So they will take it there to where they will deliver it. You will be in your office. You don't have to do anything. You just be in your office. Just be calling. They will call you. Okay, they don't bring them. Okay, no. Oh yeah, offload. Send my money. Then they will pay the driver. Everything is done. Then the next thing, they will go for another trip. You are in your office. Until Buhari and Emefiele came and they decided to change. They decided to change the narrative for me. I got my stuff ready. More than 5,000 pieces cut already. And to get trailer, they increased money for diesel. I was paying 700,000 naira to bring my goods to Abuja. They increased now to 1 million naira. And they've not changed the price at day. In fact, I was traumatized. Buhari traumatized me. I would like to. He traumatized me. In fact, there was a guy. He happens to be a police officer, a police AIG. So the younger brother saw one of my trucks at Gogolada, and they called me and they said, please, Oga, will you just help us to supply this? I said, no problem. How many? They said 400. Well, this one is bought already. The next trip, I'll add you to it. The guy wanted to make money too out of his brother because his brother is building a house there in Gogolada. And I said, okay. He gave me the money, all the money. Then my goods happened to be part of the ones that I could not bring to Abuja at that time. So the police officer started calling me. They said you're a barrister. I said, yes, I am. Do you want to use power on me? I said, no, sir. Just calm down. Then he now saw me. He was threatening me. I said, don't threaten me. Let's go to the station. Don't worry. You cannot threaten me. I'm a lawyer, for crying out loud. You cannot threaten me. So I said, he now saw me on TV. I was on, was it Arise Television or Channels? I can't remember. I was on a political program. So he said, "Oh God, where the one I saw?" I said, "Yes, I'm the one." I said, "Oh, I believe in you." I said, "Well, no problem." Well, the goods came, but I lost more than 3 million naira. You see, government policies have a way of ruining your business. So you have to study. Some of you don't read the news. What you do on Twitter is a different thing. You don't seek knowledge. You don't really know what's going on. You just feel, if you like again, carry your PVC and go and vote some people again. You don't worry. Your pocket will tell you. Maybe hunger too will tell you some things. It's not about where you come from. I'm a Yoruba man, a typical Yoruba man. He's telling you now that I'm an advocate of human rights. Even the government knows that I'm one of their problems. So I've been one of their problems since 2015. And I'm not ready to change until something changes in this country. So straight to the business, Doctor. So I'm sorry, this thing you gave me, I won't follow. I'm sorry. So because when you gave me 20, I'm a talkative, but I've learned not to talk rubbish. Even my rubbish earns me money. So that's why there is no way I speak. I speak to collect money. I don't speak for fun. When I finished law school, the first business that came to me is a temptation. And they already told us in law school, they said, you people should listen very well. The first job you get as a lawyer is some people want free services as if they were the one that sent you to school. I went to a private school for crying out loud. You know what it means. So I remember, and they said, your room, even if it's one room you are staying, that's your first office as a lawyer. And it's true. You don't need, as a lawyer, I don't need an office. Ask any lawyer. You don't need any office. Tell people to come and meet you because it's against our rule to come and meet you in your house. So we don't meet people in their houses, except the president and my daddy. So that first job came and I went to speak somewhere. Immediately I landed at the airport. My younger brother came to pick me. In the car, I saw the person calling me and I don't pick calls. I don't know. So he sent me a message. He said that it's your brother. So, okay, come and meet me at home. He's someone I know from my parents' church. So when I got home, he came to meet me in the house. So what's the problem? He impregnated somebody. That's the first job that came. And now they're having issues. He now said, okay, so we've been going through this problem, and so my brother now told me that, go and meet Bro Felix. They call me bro. I've graduated from brother to bro. If you are still a brother, you have not gone far in this Christian. You must be a bro. So I'm already a bro. So they go and meet Bro Felix. He's a lawyer. So he's a lawyer. I said, yes. They came. Said, well, I've listened to your plight, and this is really pathetic, but the thing is that you first pay for my consultation fee. And then my consultation was just 50,000, very cheap. He looked up and down, and when you were impregnating somebody, you should know that you want to spend money when problem comes now. So he said, okay, but I don't have the money. I said, well, you are my younger brother. Okay, how much you want to pay? He said, can you pay 5 or 10,000? I said, we are not in the markets anyway, and I'm not selling tomatoes. Okay, because you are my brother, pay 20,000. Before you hear anything from me. And he paid 20,000 immediately. I saw it. Okay, let's talk. The reason why I had to take that is this. You must let people know that you are valuable in anything that you are doing. Create value. Nobody will create any value for you. If you like, spend $1 billion on your education. If you refuse to create value, nobody will create value for you. But I'm not talking about the kind of value that somebody will tell you that you can use one feather to have a poultry farm that will yield 1 billion. Be careful of those kind of people. So, my opening word. Section 863 sub 1 of CAMA, that's Companies and Allied Matters Act. That's the real act that is governing business in Nigeria. We have different businesses. We have the BFA. We have a lot, but CAMA is the one that is handling businesses generally in Nigeria. So it says this: a person or association of persons shall not carry on business in Nigeria as a company, limited liability partnership, limited partnership, or under a business name without being registered under this act. This is one of the innovations that Kama, we were using Kama 1990 before, but before Buhari left office, he signed Kama 2020. And that's what we are using presently. And some innovations came in, which now allows even an individual to have a company for himself. Before, an individual cannot. You have to start with a kind of partnership. But now, an individual, can have a business on his own. And something just came to me. And I always want people to take note of advantages. Take anything. Just look around you. There are a lot of advantages. I remember a time being a writer, and I've tried my hands on one or two biographies. And I said it in the program we were at the other time. I said, the first biography, we've not published it today, but the person gave me ₦1 million just for writing, and I was surprised I wrote. Then a particular year, I decided to slip into the DM of a very notable musician in Nigeria. I'm saying this because of some of you that you are into creative things, so that you know what to do. You don't just start waiting for people to come and bail you out of your condition. You can actually make things work for yourself. That's Idris Abdulkarim. He happened to be someone I love so much. I love his music, and as if you're an activist, you love things like that. And Fela, those are my people. So I just slipped into his DM on what's the other one on Facebook called? IG. I'm not a fan of IG. In fact, if you go to IG, you just see a few things about me. I just slipped into his DM, introduced myself, and I'm taking you back to what my brother said when we were doing the first person that came for the pitch, and everybody was saying he didn't go straight to the point. And this is what I want to bring out. I introduced myself to him as a lawyer, my full name, and everything. And I said I've been his fan for many years. In fact, one of his songs, then I mentioned one of his songs, happens to be the one I'm even playing now. It's on repeat. So I told him, I said, as a writer, I would love to write your biography. Then I sent some of the books. In fact, one of my books, that's the one I sent to you, The Ruthless. And I sent to him. I said, I can write about you. In fact, I want to tell the whole world the story between you and 50 Cent in Nigeria. Sir, it didn't take this man 2 minutes. I just wrote it, I was not expecting anything. But I had the courage. See, I can face you anytime, any day. You are not God. There is nobody on earth that I cannot stand before. Those who know me, ask them. There is nobody on planet Earth that I cannot stand before. I will tell you my mind and leave. If not for principle, I should be in this administration. But I rejected some offers that never. If some things are not working the way I feel, I'm an waste. I have all the books of Awolowo in my library. And if I see that some things are not being done rightly the way they should be done in this country based on principle, I can never be part of you. Let me suffer for life. It doesn't matter. So in 2 minutes, Idris responded. I said, my brother, how are you? My brother Felix, that's what he said. My brother Felix, how are you? Then I just saw it. I said, wow. Idris responded, and I went back. We started chatting. He now gave me his personal number immediately. He said, please, let's chat on WhatsApp now. Please don't give this number to anybody. So we started, and I said, I just take interest in you, and I want to write about you. I was looking at business. My writing, nobody taught me how to write. It's an inborn thing. This speaking thing is an inborn thing. Nobody taught me how to speak, how to talk to people. But I must make the best out of what God has given to me. God will not come down and sell yourself to the world. It's not left to me to sell myself. And this is where we are getting it wrong. This is where we are getting it wrong, totally. Immediately he told me, he said, okay, no problem. Then we chatted. He said, okay, please come to Lagos. I said, okay. I knew already that I've captured Idris. Because if you could send a message to a personality like that, he responded and he took interest. Forget it. You don't need any other thing to sell yourself. Just go straight to the point. I don't have business with his family. I don't have business with his wife. I don't have business with his children. Whoever, I don't know. It's not my business, but I need something. I want to write about you, and I want to sell. Let's have a business with this. So the two of us can write. The last time I came to your office, what was the first? I said, what can we write? See, I'm crazy. I'm sorry. I'm always, Daddy just told me something. I said, oh, no, Allah. But this thing I'm even telling you about writing, I'm already thinking about Daddy, how to even get his money. That is my own life. I'm a member of Christ Apostolic Church. Our youth director that just left, 2 years ago, he sent me one of his messages. Don't worry, I will finish. Doctor, he's looking at the time for me. Don't worry. We'll sort that. It's not a problem. As long as, are you with me? So, the youth director, we were not close. In fact, I was even against him being appointed as our youth director. Because youth in Abuja, CSU, they know me. Just say Felix, everybody knows me. So I was like, oh, how would they bring, who is this person now? We don't even know him. But I just decided to just be calm. I saw he's working, and so it's like he saw me on AIT, and someone told me that, don't you know this guy? He's this former student union president of Joseph Abala University. And he was like, wow, this guy is good. He got my contact, sent me a message, and we chatted. He said, please, we'd like you to speak at the youth conference. So when I got to the youth conference, I was against him and his policies, openly. Talking against CSE itself. That you guys are not doing. I was like, Someone say, Shebi, we told you, don't breathe, Felix. You would. But this man, like, see, I just need you now. I just need you now. So we started talking. He became my father. Then, 2 years ago, he now sent me his December message at his church. He said, please, this program is in Yoruba. Please, let me transcribe to English. I want to just have it in English. I said, okay, no problem. So I transcribed it to like 6 pages. And I sent it to him. He now said, I now told him, I said, sir, do you know, as I was listening to your message and transcribing to English, I was crying because this message really captivated me. How much more if this thing should become a book, then it's sold to the whole world? You should know how to present yourself. He was like, when he saw it, it was like, wow. Really? He said, please give me 24 hours. Let me speak with my wife. So speaking with the wife now, the wife now told him that, this can actually be a family business. Can you see how God is working in my favor? He said, this can actually be a family business. And they were like, okay. He now called me back. He said, Felix, I give you the go ahead, turn it to a book. Then in 3 months, I turned it to a book of over 200 pages. Then he was like, I sent it to him. I was even the one that gave the title. I gave him 2 titles. He picked one. He said, okay, so now, sir, I've written the book. Let's talk about the business. See, you are the one that will sell yourself. How do you want me to write for 3 months and just give it that it's for God? Which God? This is my intellectual ability now, right? So we spoke and he said, okay. I said, now, I have a publishing firm already. I said, okay, I will publish it so that I will use it to promote my firm, one. Again, at least for now, don't worry about, take the money, but I will publish it. I'll only give you what it will cost to do the publishing. But for now, I'm not going to take any percentage from the book. He said, okay, no problem. He published it. And as God will have it, that first publication bought some things for me. Then at the end of the day, we printed, he said, print 1,000 copies. So when he came to Abuja, they bought everything, 2,000 naira. One, you know what it means now. 2,000, I sold everything. Say, Felix, it's like you print another one. And our own kind of youth conference do start from August and end in October. It will travel to US, it will travel to UK, it will travel all over. Then in Nigeria, we now break it into different, Abuja region, Port Harcourt region, like that. That's how it is. So he will take all these books. That's how we sold these books. I made my own money. So, opportunities. So, the person sitting beside you is your potential customer. Look at them. You don't have to go too far. Don't worry. Don't bother yourself. Don't go too far. Just look at those people around you. I know some of you still patronize me after leaving here. Sit down to write for you, or to come and speak for you, or to come and conduct a program in your office, or to call to be your lawyer, whatever. I would take my charges. Just do that one for now. So, in Nigeria, you must register your business. And if your business has been, then there's what we call ratification. So whenever you want to register or ratify, it's as good as it's been registered. So there is no problem about that. So don't let me go to introduction anymore. So I'm just going to tell you about simple business stuff that I need to know. This is the major act. I've said it earlier. So we are going to talk about business organizations where we have sole proprietorship, business name, limited partnership, limited liability partnership, incorporated companies. Then non-business organizations, we have company limited by guarantee, incorporated trustees. Then the focus area is going to be limited liability partnership, limited partnership, then business name. So okay, you can check these divisions. Okay, is it projected? So divisions of a CAMA 2020, you can check that yourself. I want to rush through because of our time. So limited liability partnership now. A limited liability partnership, when registered, is a body corporate. When we say body corporate, it means that you can sue and you can also be sued. You understand? Formed and incorporated as a legal entity separate from the individual partners that make up, there's what we call unveiling, where you don't know the people behind the company. You understand? So there is a veil. There is a veil. So it's only the company you see. It's like what happened to Very Dark Man yesterday. What are you talking about? They're talking about GT Bank. Nobody is talking about those people behind GT Bank. You understand? So that is when you register your business, it has separated you from the company itself. So you are different entities now. It's not that individuals that come together to set it up anymore. So a minimum of 2 without any maximum is required, but where there is only one partner, such must not be. So if you are now a sole partner, that is in partnership now. If you are now a sole partner, you must make sure that you don't carry that your sole partnership more than 6 months. If it goes beyond 6 months, CAC will strike you off. Do you understand? CAC will strike, that's Corporate Affairs Commission, so you don't think it's my church, Christ Apostolic Church. This is Corporate Affairs Commission, so they will strike you off. So you have to be conversant with that. Lawyers will tell you more, that you need to know about that. Now, we have limited partnership. This is for the aim of limiting the liability of some of the partners. That's the limited partners. So we have limited partners. Then we also have the general partners. General partners can be 2, out of all the partners. You understand? General partners can be 2. Those ones are like more powerful than the limited partners. So the limited partners now, they are not liable to anything that happens beyond what they contributed. You understand? As their own contribution, they don't have any liability, or property which they contributed or agreed to contribute towards a partnership. So not consists of more than 20 persons called general partners who shall be liable for all debts and obligations of the firm, and 1 or more persons then called limited partners. I've talked about that. So what are the essential elements and disadvantages of partnership? Number 1, there must be a business. You cannot register what is not, right? There must be a business, you are running. Just give me 4 minutes. So the business must be carried on in common by 2 or more persons. Can 2 work together except what? They agree. So you must
be in partnership with someone who you understand is in business. So I don't know if you are in partnership, but in any partnership, you must understand the reason. Your objective must be clear, right? You must have your objectives, and also you must agree on that particular thing. So that is what the law recognizes. Not that you are going on this path, the other person is going different paths. So that's not partnership. So you are not recognized. So the business must be carried on with the view to do what? To making profit. Very essential. You can't carry out a business, and that's why we say they are non-business organizations. You understand? So, like those ones now, they are the charity organizations. You understand? Those ones, you cannot make profits. And that's why churches, that's why many pastors were not happy with Kama 2020. Because they said, why is it that the government wants to be looking at the affairs into the inner circle of the church? And what the law is saying is that as a church must not be making profits, it should be seen as a charity organization. That's how it is registered in the US. That's how it is in Europe. You understand? So those ones now, they are not supposed to be making profit. So these ones now that are business oriented, they are supposed to make profit. So you can't say you have a business and you are not making profit. It's not a business. So what are the advantages? Number one, easier to raise funds. If you're in partnership with somebody, easily you can raise funds. And that's how even law firms are doing, you know. You have partners, you know. You don't just stand on your own. And the reason is that many law firms, I remember when I was posted for my chamber internship, they posted me to one, from law school, they posted me, okay, go and, I got there, they said they've packed. I went to the new address, said they are no longer here. I had to go back to law school, please repost me. They said that maybe they are no longer in existence because there are some law firms owned by individuals. If they die, what happens? The firm is dead. And that's why you see that most law firms, they normally have maybe their children or wife or their partners. They work there so that there will be continuity. You understand? Hence, that's how law firms are being set up most times. Because easily, when the owner of the firm is dead, it's as good as there is no longer a firm. So it encourages specialization. You know, when you have a partnership, you are good at international relations. I am in law. He is in business. So when we have a kind of a conglomerate, you know, we are not like a conglomerate. We just give it a name. So you are doing your own part. When any clients come, go to social session, come to social session. Isn't it? So that's it. So there is quality decision making. Then profits are mutually shared. Easier to get customers or clients because we are different people who can easily. And that's why when somebody raised a question the other time, something that during the business pitch session was get a partner. Get a partner. If you can get a partner, it will be easier for you because there are times at which you have the brain, you may not have the money. Right? So you now need to partner with someone who has the funding or who has access to funding. So it's necessary so that you don't die with what you have. You just say, I have potential. Potential is nothing. See, forget all these things. Potential is nothing. You should graduate from I have potential and become someone who creates. Show it. Are you with me? So don't just say you have potential. Potential there is nothing. Everybody has potential now. Yes, now everybody has it. There is no one. Even a madman has potential. So the best thing is you now sitting down, bring out what you have released is no longer a potential. Release yourself. And something is very powerful about God. He created us unlimitedly. When you release, there is more to release. There is more until you finish yourself. That's why what kills you is what you have. Are you with me? What kills you is what? Okay. Do you know that it's water that kills fish? You don't know. Oh, you think it's you. It's not you. It's dead before they sold it to you. Most of the fish you eat, they are from either Holland, Panla, Holland, or South Africa. Then your Titus is from Russia.
So there is nothing you can do without Russia. Since you have refused to look into your own waters, you will never be disengaged with Russia, no matter what you do. That's why Africa is in the middle. Sorry, sir, I know I'm entering into your... That's why Africa is in the middle. When Russia and US, when they are talking, Africa will just keep quiet because you are not assessing your own now, so you don't have brain. You don't. So you eat dead fish. The fish they are not eating. This pala we are eating, they don't eat it there. In Holland, they don't eat it. They don't eat it, so they send it to you people. It became popular in Nigeria during the Civil War. It was because of the Civil War. That was when they introduced pala to us as a kind of help to to us suffering during the South. Don't let me go it. It's the truth. I'm an history man, so it's the truth. Go and check. Now, what are the essential elements and advantages of partnership? Okay, I've talked about that. No, there must be a written agreement. This is where many people get it wrong. You just feel because you are entering into business with your daddy, or with your mommy, or with your sibling, and you think all is well. All is not well, oh, when money is in question. All is not well. Yoruba has this, say, it is money that destroys friendship. So there must be agreement. Know your own part. Let me know where I belong. So that when the money comes, your own is 10%, my own is 30%. Simple. Then everybody goes his way. Happy. Happy. Don't leave disgruntled. Maybe we made 10 million. Oh, they give me 1 million. The man is the bad man. You go and report to pastor. You go and report to this. Till you go to mountain, start praying. This man is cheating me. Lord, remove him. No, you don't need it. There must be agreement. Say there must be agreement. Some of you don't take agreement as something serious, sir. You are in business. You know what I'm talking about. You don't take agreement as something meaningful. Please, let's change. So, in order to what? To avoid conflict. So, business name. This is very important. This is to secure your business, your name. You just come up with a name. Registration of name, registration of your logo. Some of you don't know that you are supposed to register your logo. Anybody can use it tomorrow. It doesn't belong to you anymore. It's just like land issues. I was involved in a land matter, and they don't know. The first in time is the one that law recognizes. And I will tell you, there's what we call in law CSR. That CSR simply means if I and Dr. Oso, we bought a land. Let's say they sold the land. There are terrible land sellers here in Abuja. They sold to him and he's happy. Wore a suit and tie, and he was everywhere. Now I have a land. I have a land here. And those guys who I too looking for land, they sold to me. And I went ahead to do my CSR. I'm not supposed to open this. You should be a consultation thing, no? You have to seek the governor's consent. All lands in Nigeria belongs to, in every state belongs to the governor. That is Land Use Act 1978. It belongs to the governor. So the governor is the owner of all land. So the first thing is to seek consent. Get governor's consent. After consent, then you pay your stamp duty. After stamp duty, then you register. That land belongs to me. Law does not consider Dr. Oso anymore. I'm the first in time. So most of you now, you call us liars. No, Allah. Go to court and see how far. You will understand the law. Many people understand the law better when they stand in the dock. They say, they are liars. We are not liars. It's just the position of the law. That this is what the law says. If you have a property here now and you've not registered, come and meet me. So, the importance, a certificate of registration of business is given to you. It raises conclusive presumption of partnership. It gives priority over the name registered. It gives the public the true identity of the person. It aids in official transactions. It creates trust. So when you register your company, these are the things that happens to you. So annual returns for business names, you can read this yourself, so I don't want to. But before, latest, every 30th of June, every year, you must, take your return, all your papers, everything, all you've done within the year,
you must go back to CAC and let them know. Because if you do this for a certain time and they are not seeing your returns, that you updating your profile, they might strike you off. So it's very important you do your annual returns. Lawyers do it so you can meet any lawyer, including me. So, Nigeria Startup Act. This is very important. I'm not going to go through all this slide, but let me just paraphrase it. If you are in tech, this is very important to you. In fact, every year, government puts 10 billion naira in their account for startups. Yes, 10 billion naira in that account for startups. Are you with me now? So, and the essence for that 10 billion is to give to those people they've labeled startup. Mark my word, labeled startup. There's a procedure for you to be labeled a startup. Are you with me? There's a procedure. I can take you through that, and I think I have it on the slide. There's a process. So immediately you are labeled a startup, now you're already in the face of the government. So they will conduct some trainings for you, do all those things, so you can now ask. Just as you talk about grants, you ask. Then when they see that, yes, they've gone through all this with you, you'll be given 10 billion. Imagine every year, government is releasing that in their account. Some of you don't know. You are not aware. You are not aware. I'm telling you the facts. So there is a procedure so that you will be labeled startup, so that your business will be labeled. And the good thing about it is that it's a business that is within 10 years, created within 10 years. If you are above 10 years, you cannot be part of it. So it's meant for starters or for startups. So your business will be within the range of 1 year to 10 years. Are you getting me now? But it's for techs. If you're into techs, this is for you. Some of you, I know you are into that. So please, let's take note of that. I don't want to go through it again. So that's what you can show that startup investment seed fund. That's where they put the money. Okay, then let's talk about SMEDAN. I won't say too much about SMEDAN. SMEDAN is Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria. Now, they run something right now. If you go to SMEDAN now, if you are a fashion designer, all you have to do is to pay, I think, 300 naira or 500 naira daily to sew. You use their machine. I think they have more than 200 or 300 machines. You use their machines, you just pay 300 naira daily. Just imagine you charge somebody 100,000 naira to sew, 20,000 naira to sew, and probably you just spend 2 or 3 days or maybe a week to pay, and you pay just 300 naira. So there is another thing again that I just saw on their page. You can check their Twitter handle right now. I just checked something on their page this morning before I came. I just saw it. And I think they have 3 million naira to be given to DJs. If you are a DJ, you are into that, you can actually... Yes, now. Yes. So you can actually... Yes, you can check their page right now and go through all they require from you. And this is what they do all the time. So you can even go there. There are other opportunities that you can also get from there. So, finally, I know I've breached, but it's not a contract anyway. So, as I said earlier, the effect of government policies. This is my personal experience, which I've told you earlier. Now, for a society to thrive, the government, this is where I'll end, the government must create a society where political rights are much more broadly distributed, where the government is accountable and responsive to citizens, and where the great mass of citizens could take advantage of economic opportunities. Whatever a country becomes is determined by its politics. Whatever Nigeria becomes today is the politics that decides it. There was a time our dollar, I used to say that devaluing the naira is a good thing. If you're an economist, I'm not an economist, but I'm a public affairs analyst, so I know some of these things. Devaluing the naira should be a blessing. Why? Before a country should go ahead to devalue its naira, you must have your manufacturing sector effective. That's why yuan is not that. I think the exchange rate of yuan, Japanese yuan, is nothing to our naira now. Even the ruble in Russia is nothing to naira. So I even see some people saying that, why are you in Russia? Their money is nothing. You know, we just look at paper money. We don't think about the value that is being created through that hand. So before a country, and that's the reason why I keep blaming this government, before a country will go on the devaluation of naira, you must have set up your manufacturing company working so that you have something to push out. It's what you have on ground that you want to push out. That's why you are reducing the money for more people to come. Countries become rich through what they produce, through exportation. That's how countries are rich. So if you don't have a manufacturing company, what's his name? Mark Zuckerberg was in Nigeria 2 or 3 days ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago. He was with Egbon Afolayan, Kunle Afolayan, the film producer. And suddenly, he was discussing his business. His mouth was as if he licked sugar. He was like, oh, suddenly, NEPA took light. And Afolayan was like, everybody was you are welcome to Nigeria. This is Nigeria for you. Do you know what this man said later? Mark Zuckerberg. He said he had engagement with Nigeria fraudsters, Yahoo boys, so well on his app, and he even thought they wanted to kidnap him. That was why they took light. He has never seen where they took light. So, economic prosperity only emerges from a political institution that is designed for it. So our government needs a lot. I, as a person, have told them on different forum. I'm always on TV, on radio. I've said this severally, and will continue telling them. And let's see, maybe someday, God will smile on us. Thank you very much.
I think we can do better than that. If you were to pay for this consultation, right? You know, Pastor said this when we were announcing towards the program that this is what people pay dearly for, to consult. The value you've gotten just in how many hours, right? You can't find it. I didn't expect him to even, share some of these things. And please, one of the things I will mention is, don't join the bandwagon to say Nigeria is finished, though. Please don't do that. Because there are agencies that are working. Don't use your clouded nature and mindset to quantify Nigeria on behalf of the remaining 200 people that have direction. Take it. You see, if Nigeria is poor for you, face your window and say it is poor for you. But don't do it for everybody. So it means that and this is what even our spiritual fathers try to energize us over the week, going to the next week. You can't pray so much, and Monday morning you're on social media talking something I do not know about. The Holy Spirit does not work like that. So, I'm very grateful to Barrister. He has given you cheat codes, nuggets, things that you would not get on. He has done the research for you. He's even so passionate that he did the research up to this morning to tell you that there's a funding for DJs. Who never knew? I'm even a coded DJ by the back. Right? So my ministry has expanded. You understand? Me, I do everything and anything. Someone says, what's your core profession? I'm a solution provider. I don't understand. Don't box me. Before I used to say, knowledge banking is because it's wide. I know expertise. But how many of us has gotten value today? Right? I think you should say thank you, Pastor. Right? So I'm very grateful. Even me myself, the good thing about they tell you attend conferences. I told you when we were announcing that we are going to make it such a way that you will remember this event. You will remember it. You have to play that video. I go back and play videos again. I'm going to play it again to really understand how it's adding to me. Put it in your archives. Right? And we're very, very happy. Quickly, we've gone out of, how to allow Barrister. He can talk. It's my friend. He can talk. The last time he was in my office, I had to tell him that I have one meeting. Because if we stay here, both of us have those similarities. If you see somebody that shares the same passion and values with you, time will never be a barrier, right? So it means engage, engage, engage. So quickly, we'll soon round up. We'll give people opportunity. I know people have some questions, but again, we'll share profiles of the speakers. What we plan to do after this session is we want to collect and form a WhatsApp group. Now, this is a unique WhatsApp group. It's not for anyone that was not here. So it means it's a WhatsApp group for online people that attended and those on site. We'll also add speakers. So it doesn't mean that if you don't answer all your questions today, you can always put it, in that. Because at the end of the day, 1 month from now, I want to see action steps that has happened as a result of this program. So a round of applause for yourselves. So quickly, we'll give 5 minutes. Now, the person that pitched first was not lucky. Because it was like the scapegoat. Not like the scapegoat as such. No, not, but it was like the person they used for testing. So now the person who is going to come in that we're giving the opportunity would have a chance to pitch in 5 minutes what their business is about. Remember the stages. We said message, mission, and methods. So now, permit me to invite Mrs. Abigail to come and make her pitch if she's around. Is she around? Is she around? Online or on site? She's on site. She's around? You're the one? You don't want to come? Oh. You didn't know whether the money is waiting here. You're okay. Let's see who can give that opportunity to. Sorry, give me a second. So yeah, I think Brother Wisdom, is he here? Brother Wisdom, you want to come and pitch? Okay, 5 minutes. Encourage him now. Okay.
Hello. Thank you very much. Oh, I just want to start with this. I just want to say thank you very much. And I believe that it is a privilege to be here. And I will never take it for a ride. I have learned a lot today. So I have five minutes. Okay, let me start with this one. Mine is productions of book or publication of books, and specifically is phonics. It's phonics, and that's why. And this is the what I can call test. We started last year, October or so. And then that is what we started with, and then with with what I've done, I have idea. When it comes to book production, I believe it's divided into 3 sections. The number one, what we can call the pre-production, then production, and then post-production. Okay, number one, I will start with this one. When it comes to pre, that's your homework. All right, that's your homework. But before I go ahead, I would just like to see this one, my drive, because you cannot just pick a pen. There's something. What is your drive? My drive is this, number one, because I love children. That is my drive. And then number two, also, I looked at it that Nigeria, when it comes to grammar, we are very good. Even go to the market, you will see that the people are speaking good grammar. But when it comes to sound, no, we are not there. And also to help us, then I look, how can I help, or how can I now solve problem? Then I focus on children. Then I came with this, phonics. The full one is called phonetic and phonology. All right, so that's why it has to do with sound, intonation, stress, and so on. But my own, I have the uniqueness of mine is this. Here we have phonics, then I join it with spellings. Not just only phonics, to just make my own different. That is what, because I'm working on what I believe that I need to have a brand. There's something that will make me different. You know, after I made my research, I read many books and all that. So that is that. Because of my time, then also the number two also, because I have the a point on the message or mission, and then the last one is it's called method. All right, now, so I move quickly. Don't forget about I mentioned something, how to or where to create my own inch. Okay, that's something that can make me to be unique. Apart from that, also what I have here, but I only worked on for 2 classes. Okay, book 4, this book 4, and then the book 5. All right, so you know my plan is to work on book 1 to 6. Okay, so don't forget, my brand is sorry, because of my time, let me just rush that. Apart from that, the book is detailed. Then the number 2, production. When it comes to production, the printer, they have a lot to do after you must have done your own content creation. So what you will need to look at is that either you want your book to be analog or digital. That is D4. They call that and all that. And also what they will ask you is this. If you want to print any book, they will ask you, is it 2 color or 4 and all that. That 4 is the full color and so on. So they have that one to do. And that also will determine your money and the quality that you want. And all that. So that one, it has to do with production and all that. So that, like that. I move to the last one. The last one, I think that is what is called post-production. After the book it has been produced. Also, we have what is called marketing. Then also, the last one that I have also, my own, I decided to add society. Apart from that, how to sell my own, then also, what am I giving back to the society? So if you look at my back also, there's a column also here that I have that anything that we make on this book also, there's a portion that is going to the widows. And then so that I will look at that. But there's a problem that I'm praying for, but now I'm not there yet. The problem is that how to market that. I'm praying for that. But for now, we don't have that because we only produce a limited copy. I'm giving is it up to? Thank you very much. So I really want to appreciate my brothers and everyone that is here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Round of applause for him. I think I can take 2 more. I want to consider people online. Anyone online that wants to pitch in 5 minutes? Do we have media? Anyone?
Yes, Lily. Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Hello.
Please go ahead. We can hear you.
Yeah, can anyone hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you.
They can hear you. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I want to appreciate the organizers of this program. This program has been but I've been glued here and I couldn't even stand up, and everything I've been hearing has been fascinating so far. Thank you very much. Lord bless each and every one of us. So my pitch, in less than 5 minutes, what I wanted to pitch was is a health solution known as Kenkok Health Informatics. The name was gotten from the Japanese word called health. What this entails is more or less an hospital management system that is not focused on hospital. They are focused on the interactions of various components of an hospital as we know it as. The first part, which is we have the clinics, various kind of clinic, either your ENT, eye, vets, and the likes. Then also another part called the lab, then the pharmacy, and your e-bookings and the likes. So how this is going to work is every component are stand alone and act with each other. And so far so good. On this quarter alone, we are trying to roll out the total products. The one that is already on ground now and is working is the laboratory module of the project, of which is working in some labs. But now, for this part, we are taking it to the next level to push it out. Probably in less than 2 months, everything should be ready. And I thank God for the last speaker that spoke about the tech parts on how to, get funding. And because obviously the SWOT analysis is very, very big, and the part of your competitors and threats, they are quite large here. But the uniqueness of this is majorly on the interactions with, from the user to, the various health providers. So take it like you can be from in your house. You can, run a test in your house without leaving your house. You can get drugs. You can get prescriptions and what have you without leaving the comfort of your home. And, more like that. But I don't want to go in depth of what we already have. So in the next level also, we are going to be, giving out loans to some of these subsidiaries and helping them to stand much more better and stronger as, a one big body. So there is a part of fundings, probably, I think I had the seed funding and the like. So as we grow much more bigger and greater. So the final part I actually wanted to discuss or to teach was, it's still based on this. Now, currently we have 6 components, and I'm just going to list them out so we get the full gist. Now we have the commerce, we have the laboratory, we have the clinic, we have the pharmacy, we have the administration. This administration comes with the inventory, HR, billing, finance, and the likes. And also we have the appointment, the e-bookings, and the likes, where you can interact with the health providers. Most of the time, they are going to be close. They are going to be much more like the ones that are closer to you based on your search preference. You understand? Just like the way your Bolt and Uber apps works. You understand? Getting this closer to you and getting the best results. And now, like we know, there are so many fake drugs and things going about. So we are partnering with the organizations. You understand? The government bodies also that are satisfying every part of this aspect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we're going to balance it. We've not seen any mummies or ladies do an elevation, a pitch. So we're giving a chance for one or two. I think Mommy Adebisi, you submitted a business plan this morning. Do you want to make your pitch? Let's encourage her, please. Let's encourage her. I think. Mommy, don't be scared. We are not. It's a very straightforward something.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for this privilege. I do not take it for granted. Pastor, the Lord bless you in Jesus' name. I'm into these natural drinks called like tiger nut drink and kunu zaki, that is millet drink, and hibiscus flower, that is zobo. And it is natural. There is nothing like maybe you're adding like preservatives, or maybe you are adding these natural drinks. It's mainly local and is good for the health. So it's called this naturals drink. Then the business, I cannot see it very well. This naturals drink specialize in natural plant-based beverage made from it's 100% natural from traditional African ingredients. My mission to promote wellness through delicious, nutritious, and preservatives-free drink, including hibiscus flower drink, tiger nut, and soya milk. And you know, even this soya milk of 18 is good even for the children. And even for the hibiscus flower, the health benefit. If you can even drink it without sugar, it's for you can it serves as a BP to reduce BP, and for the tiger nut it gives energy. The natural drinks market is expanding rapidly, because I started small, but as God will have it, I don't even know from where I sell, and even for in the house where they are demanding for, I don't know places where people are coming from far and near, because it's expanding every day, even in the church. And as I said earlier, that this thing I'm having is about the light, the power light. At times maybe at the course of night, the power will just shut down, and before daybreak, everything is spoiled. There is no, because we are not putting preservatives. And I can equally to train other people with the knowledge I have. And I always want the best for my customers, that if you take today, if you are still coming tomorrow, you see me the best, I will still give you the best, just to promote myself, not about what I'm making to come in, but how the business will go viral, so that with that, it will be big. Thank you so much.
I think mommy has done an excellent job, right? Because mommy did not only think about it from just the business side and the production side, but she talked about capacity development. And that's one thing I did not hear anybody talk about, right? She talked about the fact that she would do the business, but she's willing to also train, right? Mommy, do you have a registered name for your business?
Just as you said that, well, your speaker said we should be going to be renewing it. So that one has been long for a long while. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Nice. Well done, well done. I still want to call Abigail. Abigail, I need you to please come forward. We're not going to allow you, we're not going to stage you, we're going to have a conversation. You might not be able to talk, but I'm going to just have a conversation with you. I want to make it as comfortable for you so you're not put on the spot. So please come around. Right? Can somebody get me 2 chairs, please? So that we can have that conversation. So that it's not everybody that can stand, right, to make that talk. But let's make it very comfortable for my lady. Right? Okay, please sit down. So we're having a conversation. It's nothing, just a conversation. So just tell me about your business. What's your business about? Just what's the aim? What sector is the business about? Take your time. Take your time. No pressure. Just take your time. Or let me go through your business plan so I make it easy. So I'm not putting you on the spot, right? I'm trying to make it very, very easy. So Abigail's business is, she calls it Global Trade Solution, right? And it's about effective supply chain for importers and exporters. Are we right? So great. What exactly would you be importing and exporting? Are you going to be helping businesses to export? Say, for example, Mommy just mentioned she's into natural drinks. Can your business help export it within? Let's hear.
I've not really started the business. It's just an idea.
An idea.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Because with your idea, we're also seeing how it can connect to businesses that have been pitched today. Right? So the idea is that you have a wonderful business plan, which is a solution. I like the fact that you said it's global trade solution. First, you're not even thinking local alone. You're thinking global. Right? So that's a wonderful idea. Again, it involves trade, which is very, very significant. You might not be the one doing the trading, but you can connect my brother's provision store with Mommy's Zobo business, with Brother Betkin's bakery, with a teaching. You're just exporting services. And all you need to do is just coordinate, right? So I believe that with your consistent research, since you mentioned it's an idea, we're just going to be conducting research. And we don't mind working with you, right? I'm here. There's a lawyer in the house. Premium service, free. On this day alone, right? On this day, I don't want to go and shoot myself. On this day, right? But I want you to feel very comfortable, right? I want that at the end of the day, whatever areas that you don't have answers to, he can. He just exposed several grants that none of us were moving and misplacing in plain sight, right? So please, I want to This was boldness for you to even come and sit down with me. So I think you deserve a round of applause, right? Well done.
Sorry, before she leaves, I'm glad you were able to come out. So I think she needs to be, because what she does is not different from what people like Auntie Amanda does, Brother Israel, who again? Uncle Kalu, and then Pastor Tunde, who are into the global logistics business. All right, so I think then she needs to be under the mentorship of these people. Number one, first of all, to understand what the global trade is about. Then number two, to also understand the ability, because each of these people, since I mentioned, their ability to articulate what they do all right, is something that is snap of their finger, it flows like a river of water. So you need to have that attachment to each of them. 4 of them I just mentioned. Or I'm not going to ask you to choose any of them. I would rather prefer you do some time with each of them so that you can understand the different angles of their own business. Okay, is that clear, Abigail? Let's give her a round of applause, Abigail.
Thank you so much. Abigail, thank you once again for coming out. It's not easy, you know. So, yeah. We're coming to the closing stage of this interesting segment. I will ask again, did you get value? Did you get value? I'm glad you did. In 5 minutes, I don't know if anyone has any question, right? Any question that you have that cannot be Googled, though. No. So that we use our time very productive. Any question you have that has not been covered in this place, and you know is a burning, unique question, right? I can take ballet. I can, because ballet doesn't talk too much, right? Mommy, you have a question? Okay. Your one is not question. Your one is a contribution. Okay. Oh, okay, to take...
Based on the discussion of today, based on this teaching.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so because we have a time constraint, that's why we are saying we're going to have the WhatsApp group. So that in the WhatsApp group now, whatever ideas you want to pitch and questions you need to ask, our honorable guests would be able to answer them, right? So that we maximize time, because if we stay, we'll start entering into some hours. So that's why I'm saying questions that needs to be asked has to be not Googleable. So it's not, if it's not Googleable, then fine. But if it's within Google, like you yourself, you know that you can ask ChatGPT and all. But if it is unique to your own and you need answers to that, please, I would like to take it. So let's start again. One. Who has not spoken today? Okay, Brother Tunde, I think you can send yours. You've already had the chance to, so please. And I think ballet, right? So those 3, we are good. Okay, Abi? Okay, so let's start with number 1.
Good afternoon, everybody. My question is, some of us already have business, and we've taken a step like registering with CSC. And the next step we are targeting, or I'm targeting, is registering with NAFDAC. So the question is, how do I start? Because I've gone to the office and the things their requirement is too high. But I keep hearing people saying that I can start somewhere, but I don't know where is the place. The second question is, how do I market my products with people like Jumia, Gigi, and the rest of them? How do I get marketers online? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matt. So I would get back to the guest. But again, Matt, what I would just mention is, it's good that we are gathered here. We have people within who can answer those questions in church. We have a NAFDAC specialist, for example, in church. She would hide her face from now till tomorrow, but I will still call her. She's the one that can provide guidance. I do some consultations too sometimes, and I can always make... So her name is Mrs. Oyemomi. Distinguished, you can't miss her. She's just behind there, right? So on your marketing question, what I would say is, I think the first speaker already mentioned starting from where you are. So the first thing I would ask is, how do you even sell within yourself, within your community? Except you've answered that one. Okay, that one is covered. So, but with Jumia, there are procedures in which you have to follow. Some of them are available on even their website. So what you can do is to go to their website and say, I want to act as a seller. And a whole lot of prescriptions would come out. So what will now happen is that is to also get and ask yourself, do you have all those things, or you need to outsource somebody to do it? One of which is the kind of pictures you take for your product. Because sometimes some people cannot be sellers on Jumia and all those platforms because they don't know how to take good pictures. Some might be using a very old, archaic camera to snap their angles, to snap, to take good products. Because again, you don't want to fall into what Paul said, what I ordered versus what I got, right? So it's important that your packaging must be within the excellent standard, at least the minimum standard. So I don't know, I've covered. Do you want to add anything? Anything else is covered? Okay.
All right. So just a little emphasis on what he has said. So I know a couple of persons have advised to go to a studio to snap their products, right? Yes. So that thing he said is very, very, very important. So that's one. Now, you can, even for Gigi, I've sold some product online on Gigi. It's very simple. Just go there, you open an account, and then it's not complex at all. It's not. I'm sure Gigi, I've used Gigi. I've not used Jumia, but I mean, I've heard a couple of things, and he also just mentioned that. So you can just quickly do that. It's not a problem. Another thing I would want to just add is I think you can also maximize affiliate marketing, right? Affiliate marketing is just using, let me not use the word using, but getting others people to sell your product for you at a commission or at a payment this thing, right? There are affiliate marketing you can do online. There are affiliate marketing you can do on site, right? So, I mean, there's a whole lot to say on that, right? But you see, it helps. It helps. It's one thing that helped us, right, to scale. I was telling someone about, imagine a pharmacy. So like, how do you want to do affiliate marketing for a pharmacy? If you think about it, like, are you praying for people to get sick? See, people are getting sick. But we've tried it in a couple of places and we saw that it worked. And we tried it and it also worked. So it always works, right? So in short, it will definitely help you. Yeah.
I just wanted to add regarding the meeting distinguished Sister Ayobami. Because she wasn't here when Barrister Felix was speaking about his own business strategies and how he was making money, not just on the legal profession, consultation, and how sometimes we trivialize consultations. At this material time, she's no longer a staff of NAFDAC. She's now a consultant. So that you don't take that advantage of we have a NAFDAC personality. She's a retired NAFDAC staff. Celebrate her for that. So she's been commissioned based on her training as a specialist, all right, to consult for solutions like this. So when you go to meet her, you're not going to meet her as Sister Ayobami or your mommy. You're going to meet her as a consultant, and she will charge you a fee for that. Okay, so I just needed to say that, okay, because I will not be here to settle quarrel.
Thank you so much, Pastor, for the clarification. So you see how whatever it is that you have as a skill, so you can't say you don't have money, especially if you have a skill someone can leverage on. And all of us here have skill sets with experiences that we can tap from. Number two. Who is number two?
All right. Thank you so much for this program. I've been really, really blessed. God bless you guys. Amen. All right. So I work with a Korean logistics company, but I also work part-time with a company that provides loans, salary advance, business loan, and proof of funds. So my question now is, how do I get to my target audience? I've been bringing leads, but I'm not able to convert them to clients. So they run away when they see the interest. In fact, a friend is here, who I brought in, and then when he heard the interest rate, he just said he couldn't go for the loan. So now I've used my social media platform. I think I even sent to you, but I don't know whether you saw it. And then I think to my pastor and some other people. I've also talked to people who can help me talk to maybe people who work in their companies to come and collect these loans, because there's a certain percentage I will get, I will share with them as well. So what other means or methods can I use to get convert leads to clients? And how do I meet those target audience that won't run away from the loans because the CEO of the company tells me that he gives loans every day, hundreds of millions. I'm like, how is he getting these guys? I need to be able to reach those kind of target audience so that I can make some money. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I hand over to them, I think it's just the same way you cannot use a generalized CV to apply to everywhere. So you cannot use your general CV to apply to Shell. It will end up in the bin because Shell is asking for specific skill sets and experience. So to answer your question on why you're not getting leads is that you're using a general marketing for an individual. An individual is asking, why do I need a loan? Why is your own unique? Why should I use your own? It's not about the percentage. Anybody can pay the percentage. It will shock you that the kind of percentages that people pay, it's not whether at any class. It might be the way the person is selling it to them. And the way they even make it so comfortable for them. I was giving Brother Shegun earlier this morning about how somebody scaled his business. He's running cybersecurity training, right? So he found out that he would train non-tech people on cybersecurity and they end up, thriving. But he found out that some people, after training them, they were not getting jobs. So he now found out, okay, that's another problem. So what did he do? He will train. He will now call you to help you write your CV, help you apply for a job, prepare you for an interview, and the only thing you have to do is to go and resume your job. But the guy will bill you. So people like that package. It will shock you that you think somebody is poor, but you pay $10,000 to get it. I will get him $100,000 because of that whole process he has taken him. So you're not customizing that your market pitch to the individual. So you have to think across all class. What is somebody who is going to, I need a 50,000 naira loan? You have to pitch it in such a way that the person is already thinking, I'm already scared of loan sharks. Why are you going to be different? All of us are loan, whatever. Are you going to give him a flexible plan? It's not about the percentage. A flexible payment plan. Once they can get it in a flexible way, you see that they will come in. And you have to do the work per customer. The reason why your boss is giving a loan is that it doesn't end as just pitching it to. Baba is working with follow-ups and working on keeping them happy. But you don't just drop it and it's like you just say you just sow the seed, you just trade like this and everybody now. No. So it is that you sent it to me, which I acknowledge, but so there's this thing about the marketing and I think our guests can confirm it. First, you need to, in the whole of social media marketing, you need to stop somebody's scroll. Scrolling is endless. What is that one that will make the person stop? And when the person stop, what was it that you make the person engage? Right? Why is it the same thing with the news media? That they have to give you one caption that ends up not being real? Because they stopped your scroll. You will not imagine where we caught very dark man inside the darkness yesterday. You must wait. Right? Or pastor, renowned pastor. That's what they are doing, is the caption. So you have to get something that is attractive. It's the same way you're about to toast your wife when you find her. What are you going to say? Are you going to use the general line you use for everybody? God bless you, my sister. Are you kidding me? You're not going to get her past that line, right? So it is about customizing the message. So the work is in the individual you're dealing with, you're not training it into the general public. What are you going to get to win Idara on your side to take a loan? And they might do it not because of they need the loan, but they might do it because of they have a relationship with you. But it must be convincing to do something that attracts them. Want to add anything?
First of all, I think you should also be paying for your services here. I mean, it seems he knows a lot. I know he knows a lot. In short, what I wanted to say when he was asking the question, he just started and he hit it. So it's just a consultancy, something you should also do. So what I wanted to say now, I don't know if you've heard of the Golden Circle Rule by Simon Sinek, right? So what he talked about is how companies so you find out that people will spend money to get an iPhone, right? They'll spend more money to get an iPhone. iPhone is expensive, right? But people will spend more money to buy an iPhone than they'll probably get a Techno or a this thing that is cheaper. Why? Now, the Golden Circle Rule actually explains that you get the heart of people, you get the hand of people when you get to the heart first. So you start with the concentric circle of the why before the how, then the what. So he kept emphasizing on the why. If you listen to him clearly, it came on the why. Now, if you're able to get the why, so if you notice even the way iPhone, I don't want to start going into all of that, so we don't take a lot of time. But that why is what you need to focus on, and it's different for different people, right? So if you're able to get that, you'll be able to. So I do a couple of projects with. There's a bank I actually involved, like even a regular stuff, right? And guess what? Their rates is also very high. And I'm not a marketer, but I know how many conversions I've done because they told me that if I'm able to get some people, I'll get some this thing. And you don't even have an idea. You don't even have an idea number. I just recently, that was 2 days ago, I got someone that took a 10 million naira loan, right? You don't have an idea how I'm using this thing to cash out, right? Because I just got that information. Oh, if I do this, I make this. And it's just all about having some of them. They don't even need to, I don't even need to know. I know they know. I have an idea what they need, right? Okay, for instance, just give me a minute. Now, I'll give this practical example of this last person. Now, what just happened? Now, we're having a conversation, and then he did not even tell me he has a need. So he was talking about how business is this one, and I just told him, okay, do you know that with this? Now, I've understood his business for a while. It's someone that I know very well. And then you can do this and then do this turnover. I asked for his record, right? And I found out a couple of things. Now, I was able to convince him that with the interest he's going to make as a business person, I've seen his record, he makes over 33% on a monthly basis from what he brings in, right? So if he's making, now what the business was giving us 8% on the minimum, right? Some do 10, right? So if he's able to take this and repay 8%, he's still in profit. And then we checked his record for a full year, and there was no months he did not do less than 28%. So it was very easy for him to, do you know, now guess what, for every month he does his repayment, I get money. Now he's even connecting me to some of his business colleagues. One want to take 25, the other one want to take this thing, and I'm going to keep making money. Now, why your boss makes more money, right? Now, I'll tell you, it's very simple. What happens is that two things. He has been able to, once there's how you enter into a particular well, and you're able to leverage network and connections, right? You keep moving. Now, another thing is that you need to be where the money is. You don't need to, there's a lot I want to say on the board. So for instance, now, sometimes one of the things where, and I will not advise it, but a number of people, what they do is that they go to all these bars and all of those things, right? And you see them cashing out deals. Now, you don't necessarily need to go to some of those places, but you can't just sit in your house, right? If you're a marketer, if you're a field marketer, now there are digital marketing, a different thing, right? And then you expect everything to come. Just get the points, right? Focus on the why. Know what is unique in it and try to sell it. Now, just so that I don't forget, there is actually, no, this is not connected to his question though, but there is a grant also that someone recently got. She's into selling of perfumes, right? BOI. They're currently giving out this thing now. I just remember that, Bank of Industry. So you can check it out. I don't know I can't remember the particular site, right? FGN, BOI, something. Just check it out on Google. You see the link straight there, right? They have about 5 million naira to give, right? To individual. 5 million per person. It's not like 5 million, in general. Like, so per person, you can get up to 5 million naira for whatever, all these small business, they do that, right? So I just wanted to mention that so I don't forget.
Key thing there is, you said, you mentioned records, and we've been emphasizing on records. Your integrity is in your records. If you cannot justify how you spent even your own salary, you cannot manage a business. Records, receipts, what you spent, transaction and accountability. Records is important. And one of the questions, again, Brother Tunde, you need to reflect on. You can reflect on this when you're going back home. What makes somebody, why do you think somebody comes from Nyanya to come and buy Grand Square bread? Why? Why would somebody drive all the way from Nyanya to come and buy Grand Square bread? If you can find their answer, then you already know who to target, right? Number 3 question.
Okay. Thank you very much, Pastor and Dr. Idara, for the business seminar and for the enlightenment. It's been very wonderful. I'm a certified sculptor, and I was trained to solve problem. And I've been thinking with myself or discussing with myself, on a lighter note. We've been too serious, so a lighter note. So, I was wondering, we have different government parastatals and we have private parastatals. Now, you have government hospitals, you have private hospitals, you have government schools, and you have private schools. Now, I'm thinking, my own business plan, I was planning on opening a police station. Since we have government police station, and I want to open my private police station. So I'll need you to help me, sir.
No, but again, I think a round of applause for Dr. Bale. But again, let's actually look at practical things in his questions, right? Let's be practical. To his point on private police stations, I found out, and I was asking myself several times, why can't 24-hour business thrive in Nigeria? Why can't 24 hours business thrive in Nigeria? And I was using my residence area, Kubwa, as a case study. And I found out that the reasons why business don't thrive, and I've given that example on how I found a plumber who works 24 hours. On a day, my wife mistakenly broke a pipe in the house at 9 p.m., and I was walking around the street looking for anybody to solve my problem, and I just searched online. I saw it, I was skeptical. I was like, how am I going to invite somebody who I don't know, who might come and rob me? But I took the bold step and called him, and he didn't pick. I was like, oh, well. Then the next thing, he calls back and says, sir, I said, are you truly a 24-hour service? And he says, yes. He says, sir, what I need you to do for me is that I will hop on a WhatsApp call with you. Can you show me the area? And by the time he looked at it, and he says, sir, I am coming. And he came at 10:45 p.m. And I paid premium. He solved my problem in 2 minutes. I paid him almost 15K. That's a premium service. I didn't care about the payment. I cared about solving a problem. But now, going back to the 24 hours, what are the hindrances that stops people from running a 24 hours business? And it's back to what he mentioned, the police. So now, it might not be addressed as police, but private security, right? Which is that, first off, to have the 24 hours business run, there must be a security that is well paid to watch your business so they don't also become the arm robbers. Right? So they are well paid. So you have to settle everything. So it means power. Whoever is running that business must factor in power, factor in human capacity, factor in everything, even efficiency of the business. Because sometimes abroad, people are excited to work from 10 p.m. to the next morning because of their pay doubles. But our own payment structure, I don't know if it considers anything in the evenings, because somebody that you say you're working night shift, that person is already thinking it's a crashing period for him, like no activity runs, right? So how do we change our mindset in such a way that we start operating in pilot sites like a small place? And the thing about businesses is that it follows a trend. If it works in Kubwa perfectly, guess what? Dawaki will follow. I just need to just move the business model from here to say, this is what I did. And it worked in Dawaki. And from there, we start doing it. But again, like you said, another thing that can now mess you up is now the government policies. Right? Because government will say, who authorized you to start doing the schedule, the labor law, the this, that. Do you understand? So you can have those brilliant ideas, but is that if that person who is in the policy is not your friend, that you can make him win the next election, he might not support it. But Dr. Bale, you can start small, right? When I mean start small, looking at the gaps in your area and selling it to the people not as your own, but their own. You know, people like this involvement. You know how they say the best way to convince your boss is to make sure that your idea is his idea, right? Just say, sir, you know, I just have a way that you can shine. The man say, what is it? You just give him the idea. Sir, but sir, you know you be in front. He say, no, before you know it, you're going back up. No, sir, it's your... You did it. You couldn't have done it without you. Meanwhile, it's you. So most times, that your own fight of trying to be in front in your office, sometimes you need to take the back seat and just do technical advising. And from there, the guy says, Bartolo shared now with him last Saturday about how he was working for a boss and everybody in his unit got posted, but later on his boss was not consulting him as the only person still remaining in his side. Exactly, his positioning. So rather than fighting everybody, just wait for your time and navigate your space. So what we're saying at the end of the day is that the idea is not a useless idea, but it has to be tested, tried, shared with people. And you might have the idea and somebody might have the funding, right? Any more questions? I think we're out of time. Online? Sorry? Okay, Pastor.
I want to speak to our colleagues who are hands-on. People in my industry, like you're a plumber, electrician, you install inverters, solar systems, whatever you install that has to do with your expertise. My counsel is that there is something you knew yesterday that may not sustain you for today. Because what I've realized is that you mentioned abroad, people become professional electricians. It's only in this part of the world, certified. It's only in this part of the world when you say, I am an electrician, and then people look down on you. The truth is that they are certified electricians who went through not just the attachment of they went through proper certification. Part of the challenge I realized that some of us have is that even when you have learned how to do the job, but you don't understand the science behind the job, and it is very important that you do, because he talked about the why, but there's also the how. For those of us in the industry, we understand the how, the why, and the what. Such that if I get into a site with an electrician, for instance, and he's doing a particular thing in error, I know exactly what he's doing and I can tell him. The problem again is that because of our ego, we are not very, very open to learning. That is why if an Oyeboma comes here now, who is an electrician, and then a Nigerian comes here now, who is also an electrician, truth be told, even though you're a member of my church, after examining your expertise, I would rather give the job to this man who understands the how, the why, and the what, and the what. Yesterday, I was in the office and my wife was with me, and I remembered that there's a particular solution I needed to give to a client, even though I knew it before, but I needed to assure myself. So I was doing some bit of research and calculations, and then she came and peeped into my book and said, do you still need this kind of, those kind of mathematical equations where you, by the way, I'm an engineer, you many of you know, when you log E, tan theta, pi, I, and all of that. She said, do you still need this? I said, I need it. I said, but why do you need this? Because if I can solve this mathematical equation, then I would have been able to address the issue for the client. She didn't understand, but I knew what I was doing. I didn't finish yesterday because of time. I had to move it to the house. I said to myself, I will get to the root of this scientific equation so that by Monday, when I'm speaking with the client, I have something very significant to show to him. I know this particular thing, not many of my colleagues are patient enough to learning it. And so this solution I'm talking about is the reason why there is so much electricity spark in the house. But not many people want to pay the price for it. So if you want to be very good at what you do, you need to balance the why, the how, and the what. Water flows in a pipe, correct? But there's the science that allows water to flow in a pipe. You must understand that science. If you don't, you will just be at the level and people will begin to devalue you. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a question from the online group. I think this is specifically to the barrister. So it goes, the legal profession is also a business. So how do you deal with immediate family members that feel they can consult you for free and still refer you to people for consultation for free when you decline such consultations and put a fee to it? Won't family members assume you are proud, especially if they paid your school fees now? So I just had to add that one for context. So, barrister.
Thank you. They always think we are proud, so. Okay, but before I go to the question, to the issue of police, see, this police thing is in the exclusive legislative list. You understand? The reason why I have to talk about this is some might take it like, we should. So that's, let me just, it's in the exclusive legislative list, meaning that it's only the federal government that can adjudicate on it. It's in their list, you understand? It's not, even the state government does not have power over the police. And that's why your governor, I won't use the word useless, but they don't have power. Your governors don't have power. That's why you see insecurity everywhere in all the states. Because the president, the IG, they are the ones in charge of security. Governor is just, chief security is just a kind of a toga that does not really work. So that's why an individual too can also do that. Remember, Ebubeagu is not even functioning again. Amotekun, thank God, that one is functioning little, at least, let's just give it a little stop. But they can't even carry gun, they can't carry some other things. So you cannot have a private police station. Wait for your time, as he said. Just wait. But I don't know how long. Now, to this person, you are very right. And I think while I was in the law school during my externship, I can't remember, so they told us something. In fact, someone gave us an analogy. He said when he started practicing, the first thing that happened was that a family member wanted to sell a plot of land in Lagos. And they want him to just help sell. Then they're not even considering giving, what's it called, his own percentage. And now, thank God for MBA, they've increased our percentage to 10%. It was 5% before. But thank God Almighty, like, like since 2 years ago now, they've increased it to 10%. So no lawyer will charge you less than 10% for, from whatever transaction, apart from maybe other fees or whatever. Now, he now said, after selling, he discovered that it's a family thing, and they've already let him know stylishly that nothing for you, just do it for us, you're our son. You understand? So what he did was to also find a way to increase that stuff on his own part, had an agreement with some people, and at the end of it was able to make, I think, 100 million naira from the sale. The person sold, originally, I think the asking price was 500 million for the plot of land. He was able to sell it, but he sold it for 600 million. He got his 100 million to himself. Do you know that they didn't give him 1 naira? 1 naira was not even given. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. He said, okay, no, Allah, thank you. So everybody went apart happily. So, but the fact is this, don't hide your value. No matter who the person is, don't ever. I was coming here this morning, my dad told me yesterday, he said, Barrister, let me drop you now. I said, don't worry, sir, I'll go. He said, no, I'll drop you. I said, okay. So around 6 a.m. this morning, he called me, said, I have to attend Ogun State Indigenous meeting or whatever. I said, no, well, I've told you. I was here, just send me 20,000 naira for your transport. He valued me now. It's value. Don't bring down your value. So no matter who the family member is, it happened to me last year, December. My cousin called me. He was engaged. He's into tech. He was engaged in a business, and that business was worth 10 million naira. But as a starter, he's supposed to engage with someone who has experience in that stuff before he gave his clients, before he gave them what's it called now? The quotation. At the end of the day, after spending almost 10 million on the stuff, then he had to go back to them that, see, this money cannot do anything because of the increment in dollar, because it's like he designed something for them, and because of the page he's using, is in the US, and he has to pay with dollar. So the dollar has already increased too in Nigeria, so there is no way he could keep up. So they now made an agreement again to pay him more 4 million. They now gave him time. He could not meet up with the time. He was arrested. And he's in Ibadan. So he called me. Egbon, see what is going on. No? This is a guy that has not called me since January 2024. But he called me in December. I said, well, no, wala. This is on business basis. So I asked him, okay, what's the matter? He explained everything, the fact of the matter. He explained to me. But as a sharp guy now, he never told me the amount that was involved. But you should know that it's also with a sharp guy. Then I told him, before anything, pay my consultation fee. So he sent my 50K. It's my own cousin. He sent my 50K. I said, okay. Now, how much is involved? He said, tell me. Your lawyer is like a doctor and a pastor. So you cannot hide from us. Just be open. He said, from 10 million, then to 40 million, then to whatever. He said, when he now asked some other people who have more experience, he said, such project is like from 30 million and above. But now he had already shortened himself. I said, okay, are you in the police station? I said, no, they are out. But they now had an agreement and they need a lawyer. I said, well, I'm not in Ibadan, but I'll call my colleague in Ibadan to rally around and do all these things. So when I call he said, Felix, how much? I said, it's 40 million. He said, that's 10%. I said, I know now. He said, is he paying now or what? Yes. Yeah, mommy, don't say ha. It's just the way it is. So he didn't pay for, I told him, okay, 10%. How far? He said, no. I said, I now plead to my friend. Let's make it 5 million 5% because of me. He said, okay. Still, he could not pay. Still, we had to let him go. See, this is business. When you were in school, nobody cares about you, please. When you were struggling, no one cares about. In fact, the plan of some people in that relative or family is for you not to even finish and be like them. See, you are finished by the grace of God. Make sure you do your charges the way it should be. Don't care about whatever anybody will say. It's business.
Thank you so much, sir. Just to add a balance, for you to receive value, you must also give value. Some people are good at promoting their own businesses and asking for other people's own for free. Right? So the idea is that you balance. For example, I try to practice what I preach. My wife is into hair business. I don't ask her to do free hair for herself. I pay for the hair. It's value. Don't get used to because the talent is within you that you do not recognize value. Don't do that. Pay for stuff. Pay, support businesses. Because people are also studying your pattern. People are studying your lifestyle. If they know you're a free person, the day eventually want to now go. You know, some people don't ever market anybody's stuff until when they are selling. When they start selling, I say, help me, oh. They're now beefing everybody that they don't want to. No, you did not promote somebody's own. Right? And people who run businesses try and also support family. You hear cases in family where somebody is an active lawyer, but the person is consulting somebody outside. That's even worse. Right? And they'll be gaslighting you and be saying, she does the pray. Then the person now makes, for example, now, maybe his family member has been working and they don't recognize him as a lawyer. Then until they see him on TV that he signed $1 billion case, then now start consulting him. Right? It's a little bit shaky, so we can do better. So he has given you tips and tricks. Now, I think it's a safe time to call it a day. Have we received value? So at this point now, we invite our dear pastor, our host, to... Pastor Tunji, sorry, Pastor Tunji. Yeah, thank you so much, sir.
Hallelujah. Have you gotten value? How much can we pay for this? Honestly, we can't pay. Recently, I online somebody was charging $18,000 for a seminar like this. $18,000. That is 27 million. How many people can even pay half of that for what we have gotten today? So I just want to appreciate our speakers. Honestly, we can't really pay. You know, I just take a clue from the Bible. It says, silver and gold we have not. Because if I have to start from Barrister Felix now, how much can we pay him? And Mr. Nonso, how much? And our able Mrs. Onohab, yeah, you know. So we really appreciate your presence. As I've said, we can't even pay. But we know that the value we can't pay, God can pay. Are you with me? What we cannot pay, God can pay, and I know He's going to pay you in 100-fold in the mighty name of Jesus. We really appreciate you for coming. We appreciate all our participants. And as Dr. Idara have said, there is going to be a WhatsApp group for every one of us that are being a participant. And I can bet it with you, I've learned so much. If you've been attending seminar, which you pay for, you will know what God has given you freely today. Let's appreciate our pastor. Because you don't get things like this for free. Even there are some churches, they charge. I tell you, if they do seminar is different from church service. So you come to church service, it's free. But when it comes to seminar, they will charge you. But we are getting it for free, and we are not taking this for granted. Pastor, we really appreciate. We thank you for this initiative, and we pray the Lord will continue to sustain you in the mighty name of Jesus. And to our dear Dr. Idara, you know, what can we say? You know, it's a privilege for us to have you, and we really appreciate what you are doing, and we pray for God's to continually grant you wisdom, to continually grant you understanding, and it will take you higher and higher in the mighty name of Jesus. And for the members, honestly, we have so much capacity. We have so much people that we can lean on. So your greatest enemy can only be you. Hello? The only enemy you have now can only be what? Can only be you. Because you have the resources around you. I think one of the speakers said that your next person can be your client. So we have it. Just leverage on this. This is a maiden edition, and I pray the Lord will sustain it. It's going to continue more than it, and it's going to be larger, just like what we have, the platform and all this rest that are going on in the world. And we really appreciate everyone for coming. And I pray the Lord, what you have learned today, you will not just hear it, but God will grant you the ability to do as you have heard today in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you all for coming. God bless you.
So at this point now, we close. What I will just ask you to do is to just, next thing is to network. You don't know who you're sitting down with. You don't know whether you're sitting down with an investor. You don't know whether you're sitting down with a big business owner, or you don't know who you're sitting down with the next creative idea. You know, someone said we have to change our playing ground. Our playing ground is local, there is global, and there's another third one, Galactica. See, Elon Musk is in Galactica. So please share your contacts, network, share the businesses that you're also involved in, trade as much as you can, and I wish you a successful a journey message back to your destination. In Jesus' name, amen.
Robert,